fight the power like BITCHUTE.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Between nerve and God, I'm a byproduct. I come from a family of hustlers. That byproduct, money is the root of all evil. But I'm still trying to find a large profit. It's a mirage, they live in a facade. I was smoking thigh, had a talk with God. She told me why she named me John. I author scriptures to shed light on the darker picture. If you my dog, I'm barking with you. Be feeling the star wisdom. My homie Chuck told me it was giants on earth before me. And chemtrails, we inhale. That's another story. Mercury is used to check temperature. The sun is the spirit sink in the earth. The moon is the portal, assuming you important. Set your turn. Mars is wars, says the intern. And change words, I'm in the game, but change service. About to disassemble a bomb, I ain't nervous.
Drake, Dragon, Draco, Draconian, land of the giants, ice wall, Patagonian, lexicon, word wizardry, speaking Babylonian, highways of the vortex, shooting out the fallopian, low vibrating light, king of the material, mark of the beast, nanotech, scanning serial, the mental dead, carried by 6 to your burial, the lights is out. No resurrection, broken power grid, no interconnection. The Grim Reaper, I'm so collecting. 6-shot, hollow tip, rubber grip, Smith & Wesson. Bitch, repent when God is in your presence. Your aura is weak, uproot your essence. I walk through darkness, highly illuminated. Eyes blazing with fire, with blades double serrated. Hunting down clowns I double hated. Hit so hard your jaw is elongated. Shatter egos like they was glass plated. This was long overdue, past dated. One shot deal, it is as is and no recreation. All praises due to my parents for making. Always appreciate and never abated. One.
The A is the M, like the A is the E. Where earlier I said, hey, you know how somebody say, hey. That's AI. And that's the dream, like, don't people say, hey, I'm dreaming. Am I dreaming?
Hey. Peace, Gabriel. Uh-oh.
Between Earth and God, I'm a byproduct.
What's going on, DJ? Come on, DJ. Get that shit right. What do I pay you for? So I'm going to read chapter 2, part 2, Despair and Violence, but it's short. And then we're going to get into a bunch of stuff. There's more than what's on the title, put it that way. I'm going to end up probably fixing the title as always. I do the filling in later. Like, I really don't. The title isn't sealed until after the show because you never know what happens. But what's good with everyone? How are you doing, Kimba and Gabriel? Let me make sure there's no pictures. Oh, there is. But it's really nothing, this picture. Alright, yeah, this ain't a long read at all. 20 minutes. But, Axis, man, thank you again, bro. I went back to listen yesterday. Nothing but gems. You know, to be honest, I really don't. It's not about what other people get out of it. It's about what I get out of it. If other people get something out of it, that's fine, but alright, fuck it. Let me get started. Chapter 2, Part 2. Peace, J. Heighton. Despair and violence. In the state of alienation, the ego is not only disidentified from the self, which is desirable, but is also disconnected from it, which is most undesirable. The connection between ego and self is vitally important to psychic health. It gives foundation, structure, and security to the ego, and also provides energy, interest, meaning, and purpose. When the connection is broken, the result is emptiness, despair, meaningless, and extreme cases, psychosis or suicide. The Bible presents several mythological figures representing the state of alienation. Adam and Eve are sad and estranged figures as they are expelled from the garden. Also, Cain is a figure of alienation. We read in Genesis. Now Abel was a keeper of sheep. Ha! Not surprised. A lot of the people in the Bible are sheep herders. Now Abel was a keeper of sheep, and Cain a tiller of the ground. In the course of time, Cain brought to the Lord an offering of the fruit of the ground, and Abel brought of the firstlings of his flock and their fat portions. And the Lord had regarded for Abel and his offerings, but for Cain and his offerings he had no regard. So Cain was very angry, and his countenance fell. The Lord said to Cain, "Why are you angry, and why has your countenance fallen?" I don't know why they're using the Bible always, but Yahweh does not seem to realize that it was his own rejection of Cain and his offerings that caused the whole trouble. Cain said to Abel his brother, "Let us go out to the field." And when they were in the field, Cain rose up against his brother Abel and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Where is Abel, your brother?" He said, "I don't know. Am I my brother's keeper?" And the Lord said, "What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood is crying to me from the ground. And now you are cursed from the ground, which has opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you till the ground, it shall no longer yield to you its strength. You shall be a fugitive and wanderer on the earth." That sounds boring. Thank you, J. Heighton. Thus Cain is banished to the wilderness, reenacting on another level Adam's banishment from paradise. A paradise? Ooh, I'm going to use that in my rhyme. Hold on. I'm going to write that down before I forget it. Alright. Thus Cain is banished to the wilderness, reenacting on another level Adam's banishment from paradise. If we look at this myth objectively rather than traditionally, we see that the origin of the difficulty was God's rejection of Cain without apparent cause or reason. We are told that Abel was a keeper of sheep and Cain a tiller of the ground. Perhaps Cain was initiating agriculture in a society of herders. This could account for Cain's rejection. He was an innovator and suffered the characteristic fate of all who attempt to bring a new orientation to a fixed society that is fearful of change. At any rate, Cain is an archetypal figure representing the experience of rejection and alienation. His reaction to an excessive and irrational rejection is characteristic, namely violence. Whenever one experiences an unbearable alienation and despair, it is followed by violence. The violence can take either an external or an internal form. In extreme forms, this means either murder or suicide. The crucial point is that at the root of violence of any form lies the experience of alienation, of rejection, to serve, to be endured. I recall a patient I encountered in a mental hospital who lived out the Cain myth. From earliest childhood, his greatest problem and the central theme of his life experience was rivalry with his older brother. His brother was successful in everything he put his hands on and was the favorite of both parents. This favoritism was so pronounced that the parents commonly referred to the patient by his brother's name. This quite understandably infuriated him, meaning as it did that he was not expressed as a separate individual and scarcely existed in their eyes. The patient was left in a state of bitterness and frustration with the sense of utter worthlessness. How identified he was with the rejected one was revealed by his reaction one time while attending a movie, East of Eden, based on the novel by John Steinbeck. This story is a modernized form of the Cain and Abel theme. There are two brothers in the story, one the favorite of the father and the other neglected and rejected. The patient identified powerfully with the rejected brother, and in the midst of the movie, he had such an extreme reaction of anxiety and distress that he was forced to leave. Later, the patient married, but things did not go well between him and his wife. His wife had an affair with another man. I thought they were going to say his brother. The situation then provoked the old rejection theme in full intensity, and he made a murderous assault on his wife, but did not kill her. Later, he attempted suicide. It was unsuccessful the first time, but finally, on the third try, he succeeded. Thus he lived out his mythological fate to the bitter end. Another biblical figure, likewise a typical representation of the alienated state, is Ishmael. Ishmael was the illegitimate son of Abraham by the bondwoman Hagar. When Isaac, the legitimate son, was born, Ishmael and his mother were cast out into the desert. The theme of illegitimacy is an aspect of the alienation experience. Actual illegitimate children usually have a severe alienation problem, what might be called an Ishmael complex. Melville's book, Moby Dick, is a beautiful example of the working out of an Ishmael complex. The name of the central character is Ishmael, and the story depicts an alternation between the states of inflation and alienation. The first paragraph of Moby Dick reads, "Call me Ishmael, Some years ago, never mind how long precisely, having little or no money in my purse, damn, and nothing particular to interest me on, I thought I would sail about a little and see the watery part of the world. It is a way I have of driving off the spleen and regulating the circulation. Whenever I find myself growing grim about the mouth, whenever I find myself involuntarily pausing before coughing warehouses and bringing up the rear of every funeral I meet, and especially whenever my hippos get such an upper hand on me that it requires a strong moral principle to prevent me from deliberately stepping into the street and methodically knocking people's hats off. Then I account it high time to get to sea as soon. Hold on, I had to zoom in. I account it high time to get to the sea as soon as I can. This is my substitute for pistol and ball. With a philosophical flourish, Cato throws himself upon his sword. I quietly take to the ship. There is nothing surprising in this. If they but knew it, almost all men in their degree, some time or another, cherish very nearly the same feeling towards this ocean with me. Everything that happens in the book follows logically from this first paragraph. The whole tragic drama of violence and inflation unfolds out of the initial state of alienated, suicidal despair. It is an example of a short-circuited cycle, a state of alienation that needs back to renewed inflation, having as its consequence still more disaster. Other literary classics also begin with a state of alienation. Dante's Divine Comedy begins with these lines. Midway upon the journey of our life, I found that I was in a dusky wood, for the right path, whence I had stayed, was lost. Ah me, how hard a thing it is to tell the wildness of that rough and savage place, the very thought of which brings back my fear. So bitter was it, death is little more so. It's goeth, I think that's goeth's Faust, likewise begins in a state of alienation. In the first scene, he expresses his emptiness and sterility. She said, oh, am I still stuck in this jail? This goddamned dreary hole in the wall, where even the lovely light of heaven breaks wanly through the painted panes, cooped up among these heaps of books, gnawed by worms, coated with dust. Holderlin expresses the transition from child to adult as from heaven to wasteland. Blessed he childhood's golden dreams, their power hid from me, life's dismal poverty. All the heart's good seeds ye brought to flower, things I could not reach ye gave to me. In thy beauty and thy light, O nature, of all effort and compulsion free, fruitful love attained a kingly stature, rich as harvests reaped in Arcady. That which brought me up is dead and riven, dead the youthful world which has my shield, as this breast which used to harbor heaven, dead and dry as any stubble field. We do not lack for modern expressions of the alienated state. In fact, they are so ubiquitous. I think it's, ubiquitous? Yeah, ubiquitous. In fact, they are so ubiquitous. Anyway, our time could well be called the age of alienation. Consider, for instance, these passages from T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland. What are the roots that clutch? What branches grow out of this stony rubbish? Son of man, you cannot say or guess, for for you know only a heap of broken images, where the sun beats, and the dead tree gives no shelter, the cricket no relief, and the dry stones no sound of water. Here is no water but only rock, rock and no water, and the sandy road, the road winding above among the mountains, which are mountains of rock, without water. If there were water, we should not stop and drink. Amongst the rock one cannot stop or think. Sweat is dry and feet are in the sand. If there were only water amongst the rock, dead mountain mouth of curious teeth that cannot spit. Here one can neither stand nor lie nor sit. There is not even silence in the mountains, but dry and sterile thunder without rain. There is not even solitude in the mountains, but red sullen faces snare and snarl from the doors of mud-cracked houses. This dude is busting out a rhyme. This powerful poem expresses the individual and collective alienation that is characteristic of our time. The heap of broken images surely refers to the traditional religious symbols, which are for many people have lost their meaning. We live in a desert and cannot find the source of life-giving water. The mountains, originally the place where man met God, have nothing but dry, sterile thunder without rain. Modern existentialism, wow, can be considered as symptomatic. All right, let's try this again. Modern existentialism. Yeah, existentialism. I wonder what that means. Modern existentialism can be considered as symptomatic of the collective alienated state. Many current novels and plays depict lost, meaningless lives. The modern artist seems forced to depict again and again to bring home to all of us the experience of meaningless. However, this need not to be considered a totally negative phenomenon. Alienation is not a dead end. Hopefully, it can lead to a greater awareness of the heights and depths of life. And tomorrow I'll read part 3, which is alienation and the religious experience. Hold on. Oh shit. These people are bugged out. They repeat themselves in this book. I'm gonna have to take some pictures. Alright. See? 25 minutes. Not so bad this time. I mean, I could read the next part, but this is too much. For those who enjoy my little reading, man, I appreciate it. You know, I just don't read to read. I like to read good books here and there. There's nothing wrong with it to a certain extent. But I want to talk about energy and electricity and stuff and like old technology. There's something else I wanted to bring up. I should write this stuff down before I I always forget. Obviously, it couldn't have been that important, right? Um, I love this picture right here. I showed it yesterday. The tree of life with the ladder, which depicts the tree of life could be the spine, but or you. Oh yeah, that's right. I got this clown. I got him. I got him. Hold on. Skeeter. Hey, this is the guy. I had to screenshot it. The video. You cannot tell me. You see the orange hair and this dude? Yo, you cannot tell me that wasn't Beaker. Bro, that's Beaker. Orange too is Masonic 33 and all that crapola. But there's your boy Beaker, man. Yeah, real life Beaker. Except this guy don't have the beard. The puppet Beaker, but the real life Beaker got the beard. People are saying the Trump situation is taking light away from Sleepy Joey Jojo. As a matter of fact, I hope I downloaded that video. I got a different, excuse me, I got a different angle of that. It's from somebody's phone. And they were recording Trump, but you could see in the background is the snipers on the roof. And you could see when he's looking through his scope. And you could see when he sees the person. The problem I have, I'll play the video. The problem I have with it is they're looking in that direction. I understand. It's a little, I'll just play it and shut up. I had to download it in case it got erased, but I'll just play it real quick and we'll move on because I don't want to talk about slumpity slump all day. Come on, sometime today. Jesus Christ, StreamYard, what the fuck? It's still trying to, it's buffering, yo. Like, they don't want me to play it or something? How long is it possibly gonna fucking do that? This is wild. It's still buffering, yo. Like, they don't want me to upload this video. How? How is this fucking possible? You need to stop playing these fucking games. Let's see if this will change it. Fuckers. Playing games. Yeah. The video's like fucking a minute long, if that. It's one of them 60-second videos, and it's still doing this. Sometimes I wonder, man. You wanna play games? Okay. Plan B is always. These motherfuckers wanna play. There's no way in hell it should still be uploading. It's just sitting there. So Chuck always has a plan B around to work around this. You know, I shouldn't even have to do this. I think it's mind blowing that it's still sitting there. A minute video. It just. There's nothing more that says you're a pussy when I see a man wearing another man's name on them. What, like a jersey? I have jerseys, but I don't wear them like that. I did wear my Celtics jersey that I've had for like fucking when Paul Pierce played. But I see what you're saying. I just look at them as clothes. But it is, depending how you look at it, it is kind of weird. You got a man's name on your back. Might as well hold his pocket. Psych. Yeah, I guess that's Jay Hines' opinion, man. I can't. I ain't gonna debate how he sees things, but I just respect it. This thing's still processing, man. What the fuck, StreamYard? This is insane. It's almost like they don't want it to upload, so I can't show it. But little do they know, I'm going to anyway. I have plan B, Mr. StreamYard. So screw off. This, a little bit of that, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Here to upload a couple pictures. Pictures. I want to talk about comets too, man. Anyone see that movie Civil War? Don't give it away, but I'm gonna watch it today. People are saying a few things about this so-called movie here. Let me switch over. You just have to play it on the laptopper. That's how I felt. Like I collect a lot of cards day heightened in my life, right? And the older I got, like, and the more I started like realizing things, like, and the deeper, like, I'm like, man, I started to think, like, hold up. Oh, wait. Slow down, buddy. All right. I started to like think, I'm like, man, people, like I always have said before, people will, when their team loses, man, they're crying. And I get it because I've been there when I was growing up. You know, my aunt put me onto all these, you know, being a Red Sox fan, a Celtics fan, Patriots fan, and liking other players. But I'm like, man, when it comes to sports, people burn shit and flip cars and all that. But when it comes to our rights, you hear crickets, man. There's none of that. But for a team that don't pay you, don't give a fuck. Like, even to get an autograph from a player, it's an issue. Like, people buy your jerseys and all that. You can't sign a fucking. It don't matter if it's a child or a man. Sign the fucking thing. Because if it wasn't for the damn fans, you wouldn't be getting all that money. It kills me when players are so tight about signing autographs. Like, man, you better sign that shit. One guy said they wouldn't sign because the guy sells autographs. So what? It blows my mind. The guy's worried. The baseball player's worried about someone selling his $50 autograph, or even $200. What is it to that baseball player? He's got a $500 million 7-year contract. You'll probably see about $200 million. I mean, that's what I wanted to talk about. Thank you for bringing the sports up because it made me remember. Thank you, Rachel Zinger. I'm in Connecticut, on the East Coast. I was looking at military pay. Fucking military soldiers only get paid $4,000 to $6,000 to $7,000 a month. I mean, sorry. And I was thinking, damn, motherfuckers risking their life, even if they're just on the base fixing all the tanks and shit. They all play a role like an orchestra. So, especially the ones risking their life. Like, you mean to tell me a baseball player makes more than the guy protecting the country? It's fucking a shame. And the government has shitted on the soldiers for how many years? You know, I know people make their own choices and join the military, but they should also know there's a risk that you're going to be mentally crazy after blowing people's heads off. I don't think, unless you're totally insane, you ain't going to sleep good at night. shit. I hope this doesn't fucking... know it. He fucking knew it, man. I fucking knew it, dude. This fucking shit. The middle class? I don't know. I have a lot of personal opinions about how things should be, but what does that all matter? Middle class, that shit's gone. Like, there shouldn't be homeless people and people hungry anywhere in the world. And what I see more and more and more, there's so many abandoned houses, apartment buildings. They rather knock them down than fix them up and give them to, like, someone that, you know, is homeless and stuff. They rather let people from other countries come in and give them all this stuff, which is another tactic to create division, because they know how people would feel. So that creates chaos. But yeah, the government don't give a shit about knowing. If they're paying their soldiers $4,000 to $7,000 a week, I mean a week, I keep saying that, a month. That goes to show they don't give a fizzuck. They use you up like a tampon or a diaper and just throw you out. I forgot what I was doing. Holy shit. Huh. How do I back out of here? I know it's taking a minute, but no, it ain't it either, man. What the fuck, dude? I got it. God, what a mission that was. Wait a minute. A year and a half of uncertainty? What do you mean by that? I thought this is his last 6 months. You talking about presidency?
All right. Here we go. They thought they could stop me, but my nickname is Poppy. All right. All right. Let's check this beauty bop out.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Sees the dude, man. It's almost like he had to look into the and he's like, when he sees them, it fucking probably freaks him out.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
What do y'all think about that? What do y'all think about it? Yeah, they're building storage because they're going to be used as FEMA camps. Ta- All right. Oh. Yeah, I question a lot of things. You know, all those misses, and no one. Well, they say other people got hit, but it didn't look like it. I have yet to see footage of the guy, and you know, they've blurred the line already of reality and the line between reality and CGI. People don't know between reality and movies anymore. Sometimes I get caught up and tricked myself. So I'm like, the fee of Ma, what the hell? What are you talking about? And then I'm like, oh, FEMA. So this is your monthly salary as a soldier. As of June 11, 2020, salary for a U.S. Army soldier is 2,126 buckaroos, with a range of 1,791 to 2,500. That is terrible. However, salaries can be very widely depending on factors such as location, skill level, years of experience, and cost of living. For example, a radio. That is true. They do give some people like free housing and all that stuff. But you know, I mean, come on. These people make print money like it's fucking a newspaper. It's a little embarrassing. Damn, what were those fucking things called? The history rat. Facebook. I don't want to go to Facebook. Dating system. Does that have to do with the alternate current? What's that? Stop wasting my time. DC current, direct current, or in the chat, alternate or direct. Would you rather have dirty, electricity, or clean?
Sorry. I had someone at my door, dude. Um, um, that's the guy that I call to move the mouse when I'm speaking. Yeah, when he said he told the popos that they, and they were just like looking at him, it makes me wonder. It makes me wonder why they weren't listening to everyone. If that's the case, I haven't seen footage on it yet, but I'm shocked that the police don't jump on the fact to gun someone down. All the videos I've seen, the police, they get trigger happy, man. They love it, even if they got their back turned to you. I don't like cops. I don't give a fuck if they got a job to do. And they disrespect people. So it fucks it up for the few good cops that are left. The few. 1 in every 20 million, there's one good cop. I'm exaggerating, but see, I just don't buy the fact that electricity is something brand new. That was boring. Yep, sometime today. Dave, what is a file? I never said that. What's going on? Oh, it's a why the hell would I watch the Egyptian pyramids being built? And why would I want to hang out with Jesus? You can't hang out with Jesus. He's a biblical character. Manhattan. What's this? Damn, does this say 1890 video phones? The history of FaceTime, Skype, and video phone, picture phone, and whatever else you want to call it, dude. Chuck, it's just a picture, man. Oh, shizzle pop. I forgot. Not Fred Flintstone, fucking the Jetsons. I will save this picture. Make a collage show. Let's see. The Jetsons episode The Little Man originally aired on ABC Saturday, January 13th, 1963. The story revolves around the accidental shrinking of George to no more than a foot high by Mr. Spacely's new mini-vac machine, miniaturizing humans, with somewhat popular theme of B-movies that preceded the Jetsons, like Dr. Cyclops and Attack of the Puppet People. How about Honey, I Shrunk the Kids? My preferred term for a technology that has gone by many names during the 20th and 21st centuries. It's a strange and beautiful technology. It was a perennial technology of the future. Perennial. I love how now they fixed it so the definition of the word will come up if you highlight it. Perennial. Lasting or existing for a long or apparently infinite time. Technology of the future. Continually popping up in different waves as being just around the corner throughout the 20th century. From the earliest experiments with practical television in the 1920s, people were promised that picture phone technology was on its way. So this is 1920. Television wasn't immediately envisioned as a broadcast medium, but rather was imagined as point-to-point, two-way talkers like those in the classic 1927 film Metropolis. The video phone was hyped at both the 1939 and 1964 New York World Fair. I've even in James Bond they had them in the 60s with not Pierce Brosnan, it's the other guy, Sean Connery. But then out of nowhere, the video phone was suddenly just here. Without much warning, video phone was a reality. Just not in the form that companies like AT&T were promising us for nearly a century. Rather than acting as its own independent appliance in the home, we have video phone capabilities embedded within our devices. Yeah. Hey, Judy. Wasn't that her name? Judy Jetson? D3. Visa. Oh, shit. Future is now. For a video phone. Bugged out.
technicians make last-minute adjustments for the world's first demonstration of the telephone of tomorrow at the Western Electronics Convention in San Francisco. It's the often forecast video phone. How does it work? Just lift the receiver and you see your own image. This feature's for the girls. At long last, a reason for the primping that usually precedes a woman's phone call. No picture is transmitted over the line, though, since no call is placed. Then dial your number just as with an obsolete old 55 model phone. And when your party answers, there he is, almost as big as life on the 10-inch video screen. The system could have its disadvantages as well as virtues, but there's plenty of time to iron out problems in human relations. This hookup would cost $5,000 per phone today. So until the price comes down, the video phone remains the phone of the future. See you then, good looking. A nice picture. Oh shit, no. Dingleberry Daisy. Believers in the Tartaria conspiracy theory. Very fairgrounds. Built for events like the Panama Exposition in San Francisco in 15 were really the fictional empire. See, Tartaria, they were country. Now, as I get off here,
Yeah, you don't want to mess with them. I think a mama fact that any children, for the most part, let me rephrase that, not any animal with their young. The video I seen walking this dog, and it was a pit bull. I think that's a male there. No, dog off the leash, and people were into the guy. Until he fucking dog in the head and crushes its skull. The lady and the guy were making good points, saying these fucking deer, I think they were deer, deal with wolves all the time, and they will stomp that dog's head into the ground. And I was thinking, they ain't lying. Like a horse kick, a deer kick, people might think it ain't gonna hurt, but that shit'll f you up, man. A horse kick will smash your bones. Like, people think because they don't have like sharp teeth or any like, well, male deer do have horns or antlers, but they don't really need to use them. They could just stomp your head into the ground. Well, stomp a dog's head into the ground, and you, like anyone. I think a deer could use its back legs and kick, or its front legs. Oh no! No, 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 no. Wow. Who does this shit? Yo. Alright, so you're fucking like that, where you can't even see the damn shit, barely. What is this shit? Later. Well, high frequency electrical. Let me clear my throat. Wicked, 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 wicked. Tesla built his first oscillator as a tool for studying high-frequency electrical phenomena. He also constructed high-frequency electrical alternators for the same purpose. When it comes to describing practical applications for this type of electrical power supply, top on the list is high-frequency electrical lighting. Tesla's investigations in the area of high-voltage RF power. So what's RF mean? Sun frequency. Lord Kelvin. Yeah, I'm gonna call you as soon as I get off of here. Yeah, I haven't been saying anything. That's why there's no sound. All right. Just call me whenever you're done, Orphan Andy, and I will be waiting for your call today. Sorry about, you know, this back and forth stuff. But yeah, definitely call me and I'll be waiting for your call. And I will have, well, I'll talk to you. I don't really want to say much over this, but I'm just glad everything's all right. Which, Andy, I thought something. I didn't want to jump the gun, but that's why I was mad at first, and then I said, well, maybe something isn't right. And I was like, let me just make sure everything's all right first before I jump the gun. Yeah, the sound was coming and going because of the I was on my laptop, and when I use the mouse, if I move it, it messes with the sound. Like I don't know what's up with that. Maybe it's the cheap. Maybe it has to do with the signal. Maybe it has to do with the laptop. I don't know. But I know I definitely want to talk about these bulbs that were in Egypt. I gotta see if I can find the bulb that's in a projector TV. I remember in my projector TV, no, not my projector TV, sorry. The bulb that was in the old projector TVs looked just like this. You know, I wouldn't doubt if the Egyptians had portals like cell phones. Like people bring up like that TV show that had the portals they walked through. I forgot what TV show that is. I used to always watch it, and I don't remember the name. Lucid said it last time. Forgot the name of the show. It'll come to me. No, Quantum Leap's a good one, but not that one. Damn, it used to, they would dial up like a so-called planet or whatever. They would lock into some. They would put numbers in the computer and then walk up that thing and then go through it. I'll find it. Yes, thank you, Lucid. Stargate. Perfect. It's exactly the show. Now, Stargate, you know, I just can't see people walking through a portal and coming out on the other side, because then that means the flesh, the material has to break down. Now, I don't have the full understanding of how the lower vibrating light materializes. I have yet to really dig super deep into that, but I'm in the process of it. Satan, the king of the material. We're all Satan in this realm. We're all Satan, we're all God. To me, those are just egos. The ego of light and the ego of darkness. Characters. That's how I see it. I'm not gonna. Peace, Axis. Thank you again for yesterday. That was, you know, I was listening, went back and listened, man, and I could say this: the gems you were dropping at least mean a lot to me because I could apply it to life. I like hearing people out because it's you know, it's mostly about me looking for answers for me. But the best is when you were talking about. I'm gonna switch the topic for 1 second. When you were talking about like people's opinions and stuff, and holding on to like I'll use an example. Holding on to past stuff that happened in the past, right? You're holding that weight onto you. You know, gotta let a lot of things go, man. Shed all that bullshit. Okay. No problem. So back to the portal, as I was saying. Now, we got portals in our hand every day. As I showed, in the 50s, they already had this technology. Probably way earlier, in the 20s, it was saying. Probably in the 1890s, they had it too. I personally think technology is nothing new. The Egyptians, whoever they truly were in the past, like names change, city names, all that stuff changed throughout time. So, whatever label they want to put on it, technology to me, the sun and the moon, whatever they are, they have energy. But the portals, I think, they weren't walking through them. They were more or less, I think, like our phone, giant screens of technology. Yeah, this picture, that's funny, man. They got little people standing under the light bulb, holding it up. Like, sit down on the ground, give me your dome piece. Now, I want to know that it looks like the Jewish menorah, or whatever you call it. Like, I brought this up because people have said the Ankh is technology. The Ankh kind of looks like us. You got your head, your two arms, and your two legs. Also, the Ankh does look like the male and female parts. So, symbols are just like pictures, man. Symbols and inaudible pictures. What if the pyramids were like giant, trying to think of the word, giant organite pyramids. Those big giant black boxes that are found in the so-called tombs were probably filled with mercury. Whether it was red mercury or silver mercury, who knows? I would love to build one of these old school batteries. Be awesome. If anyone would like to come up and interject on anything, you're more than welcome. If not, then not, dude. This is a better picture of it. Where can I get some zinc powder? Some wet sawdust? That's easy. Q cell to the 4th power? I don't know what that is. Q, so I have to look on the chart there. The copper plate, okay, and mercury. Wouldn't mercury mix with the sawdust? I know mercury is its own liquid, and even if you put water with mercury, it won't mix. Now, this person has, it looks like that's a piece of a bike. You know, like in the rim, I've taken rims apart. They have ball bearings, and it's magnetic, I think, in the inside. That's what that looks like to me. Ball bearings in there that spins, it goes, makes that sound. And then he's got two, what are them things called? Two, spark plugs. Damn. Now, I've tried this, but in a different setup. But I like how people are putting together the building and how it's similar to that coil or generator. They got power. And we don't. Ah, shit. Life is like. I remember I said the other day, I was like, life is like a box of dildos. You never know how you're gonna get fucked over. Man, that's fucking sick, Chuck, man. What's wrong with you, bro? Because we have, near where I live, there's a big, I don't know what to call it, electrical generator over there. And it has all the coils. I forgot what they're called, man. Power stations or whatever, but it's right around the corner. And I remember we used to throw rocks at it. And when the rock would hit it, it would be like, pew! It would make this sound. It was crazy. We were stupid children. And not stupid, just, let's see what happens if I throw a rock at it. I thought it would be like spark or something. My friends would smack me and be like, what's wrong with you, bro? But, you know, curiosity will kill the cat. Imagine having one of these bad boys. This is a terrible picture, man. But this is the type of stuff I'm into. Power, energy. Um, if the younger generation can create power in their own way and not let the government get a hold of it or sell out for money, um, shit, if I invented something, I would keep my mouth shut. Nobody would know. I wouldn't trust anybody. Just because of what happened to people who like invented a car that runs on water and so on and so forth. Bad shit seems to happen to people. I mean, just like dams. If you look at dams here, now people were saying the Euphrates River's drying up. The angels have been released. Did anyone ever think they could have dammed the water upstream? What do I know? I'm just a Joe Schmo. Now, I seen this picture. It'll do a little justice to what I think's at the North Pole. I kind of think the light goes up like this and somehow creates the sun and the stars or something. The light comes from the center. Now I could be wrong. It's my theory. I gotta see how these work. What is it? Suck the water up from them four things. And then the flowing of the waters is creating a turbine to turn or something, which creates electricity. That's a lot of water right there being held back. And this is a huge statue. Huge statue. And there's those things circled. It has to do with alleged technology. Now, I don't know how precise this is, but it's very interesting. And then this is just a few more. I'm going to see if I could find that bulb or tube that was in the old school projector TVs. And I wanted to talk a little about a lot of these statues, right? These alleged statues from so-called, people's ancestors and stuff. Now, they say there's so many ways to look at this stuff from so many angles. Could they be just carvings? Could these people be wearing a mask or a headdress? Or is there actual genetic modification that are half whatever and half whatever? Or are these just statues and audible pictures that are an allegory? What's ejector? Hi, I'm ejector. Hey, that's nice, Lucid, man. Salute to that. Much respect to Lucid. Much love and respect, man. Your boy fucking head bunted a bullet. And I'm just making people laugh out of something serious. I'm just glad, grateful that Lucid's good, man. Now you're going to work, man. And what's dope about it is you could tell your old job to go fuck theirself. And now you got in my eyes, that's a better job. Even though it's hard work doing concrete, that shit's no joke. You're gonna be in that heat. Drink a lot of aguada. But congratulations, Lucid. Now, back to these statues. Now, it's carrying a purse, right? A handbag. A handbag. I mean, a handbag. Maybe it's a battery. And what the hell's in their hand? Some sort of acorn looking thing. Maybe it's a crystal that was carried in the bag, or like I said, the square thing almost reminds me of a car battery. You know how some of the car batteries have a handle on it and you can lift it up? That's what that reminds me of. That box in his hand, like a car battery. How do we know that the thing in his hands don't power the wings on its back? Maybe some sort of technology to fly. And you gotta hold the battery. Who knows? Other than that, I don't know why the damn thing got wings on its back. Looking like a freaking... looking like a bearded dragon. I think these are just allegorical. Emerthers. What's an emerther? Let's look that up. Do 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 do. Alright. Emerther. Definition. The meaning of extraterrestrial. Doesn't have a definition. Interesting. We are not alone. Get the fuck out of here. So now we got the National Security Agency. I'm on their website right now. Because I looked up the definition of emerther, and that's the first thing that popped up was the National Security Agency website. Of course, instantly it mentioned aliens. Really? So it downloads a PDF, which I didn't. Okay. Communication with extraterrestrial intelligence. Let's see what they got to say real fast. We are not alone in the universe. A few years ago, this notion seemed far-fetched. Today, the existence of extraterrestrial intelligence is taken for granted by most scientists. Even the Even the State National Academy of Science has gone on record that contact with other civilizations is no longer something beyond our dreams, but a natural event in the history of mankind that will perhaps occur in the lifetime of many of us. Sir Bernard Lovell, one of the world's leading radio astronomers, has calculated that even allowing for a margin of error of 5,000%, there must be in our galaxy about 100 million stars, which have planets of the right chemistry, dimensions, and temperature to support organic evolution. If we consider that our own galaxy, the Milky Way, is but one of at least a billion other galaxies similar to ours in the observable universe, the number of stars that could support some form of life is, to reach for a word, astronomical. As to advanced forms of life, advanced by our own miserable Earth standards. Now, I don't like how he worded that. Our own miserable Earth standards. Maybe it's miserable to him. And I so far say full of shit. Now, extraterrestrials could be, I think, are coming from other lands, not other stars. Maybe when they say other stars, they mean other lands, because if you go to other lands that, you know, are outside of ours, there would be other star systems above your head, no? Yeah, I always say NASA means not another stupid asshole. The nearer neighbor to our solar system is Alpha Centauri, only 4.3 light years away. Now, what the fuck is a light year? Let's see their definition of a light year. Do. Definition. All right. A light year. It says it's a noun, peace maggot, a unit of astronomical distance equivalent to the distance that light travels in 1 year. Okay, which is 9.4607 times 10 to the 12th kilometer or kilometer. So it would be nice if someone could bust this down for me in math. Dom, where are you, Dominic? We need you. Axis, Dom. Huh. It says a long distance or great amount. Yeah. The new range puts them light years ahead of the competition. What is a light year in simple terms? Light year is the distance light travels. Yeah, you really know that. Light zips through interstellar space at 186,000 miles. That's 300,000 kilometers per second, and 5.88 trillion miles. That's 9.46 trillion kilometers per year. Yeah, I'm sure that's a full of light shit. Let's see what NASA says with their light year bullshit. Nah, I don't even wanna. I'd rather go to Wikipedia because I want to know the math to this shit, the distance. I don't want to know how fast light travels. I just want to know the distance of the light year. Yeah, it's a unit of length. No shit. Uses to express astronomical distance and is equal to exactly. Alright, here we go. Here's the numbers. Here's the number. Alright. Let's see. So it's saying 5.88 trillion miles is a light year. Who buys that cocky pock? Huh? Interesting. Interesting. Proxima Centauri is a small low-mass star located. Let's see their cartoon pictures. Yeah, I gotta download this picture, man. It blows my mind, man, how NASA gives all these garbage cartoonies. All the money that is given to NASA, and you mean to tell me all they got is a bunch of cartoons? Like, come on, man. Fucking wake up here. Man, you don't know shit, Chuck. My uncle works at NASA. Yeah. So there. I know I'm off topic, but I needed to see what a light year is. A light year in your underwear. Does anyone care? These fake aliens. Look at this picture I found. Imagine an alien came up to you and was like, "Welcome to 7-Eleven." Get some herbals. Yeah, King Prober. Yeah, NASA loves probing. This is what I mean by cartoons, man. This is what they gave me for that star. I forgot the name of it already. But this is the picture they gave me. And then here's some more cartoons. Now, this might be real, actually, this one. Or maybe enhanced a little bit. But as I was looking up light years, this whole thing came up. Where's that star? It's Proxima Centaurus right there. 10 light years? Yeah, okay. Yep. That's a light work. There's Centaurus. Hydrochlorine and Antlia musca. Huh. I come from Musca. I gotcha. Man, it's hot in here. The air conditioner's too loud to put on. Fuck around sounds like a jet taking off. That herb smoking. I got this fucking herb that's so good. It'll make you think you're light years away. Oh, maybe that's what NASA be doing, man. They be smoking too much herb, and they think they're stuff's light years away. They just be making it up as they go. Let's put this in a book and teach the children. I don't even want to call those people teachers. You know, if they, oh, sorry, Access. Didn't even, it's supposed to make a sound when someone's there. It's supposed to go boop.
Hey Charles, how's it going?
What's up, Access?
Oh,
How's everything today?
just woke up for a little bit. I had a pretty late night last night, and wanted to catch up with you, see what was going on, and answer questions. Apparently, when someone is being questioned or being put in a position of whether it's just a state of scrutiny, and I don't ever deny answering questions. So the topic was brought up, the issue was brought up, and I answer questions. So if you have any questions, about my work or what I deliver in my live streams or even in panel or chat. You know, I stand on what I say, and I can show you the mechanics of it, and just to ease people's minds and give them a chance to interact, ease themselves into understanding the opposition and questioning are two different things. You don't have to put a person in a position where they have to feel defensive whenever the hesitation is within the other person who can't seem to ask a question. So just ask the question. It will bring peace to their mind, and it will bring the level of the flow of things and information to a much more suitable movement.
Peace, look within. Yeah, when I was pausing yesterday, I don't know if you were talking about that, but
No,
what
not
you were
you.
speaking about was so deep that I was taking it in and just really dwelling, and then my mind starts wandering, and I start branching off with other thoughts on what you were saying.
No, it's nothing to do with that. So it's actually a state that I've noticed is, have you ever walked into a room and the atmosphere of the room has changed and you can feel it?
Yeah, well, it happens.
Yeah. Well,
I've been in that situation a few times.
yeah. Well, that's kind of what the approach to this seems to be. I'm noticing a tremor in the metaversal force, and there were some accusations made, but they never asked the question. They only made accusations. So to ease anyone's mind, including yours, so I'm always open to answering questions.
People make assumptions a lot of times. Instead of asking, they just assume, which can be dangerous.
Well, they present themselves falsely, is what it is. Is people who, and I'm sure you've encountered this because you run a channel and you're a host. Is there's a point where people are kind of openly acceptant of your information or what you're saying, and then they kind of present themselves as a familiar person, and then out of the blue, it's almost like they don't recognize that position they had with you as a friend or an associate or even someone you interact with on panel or chat. And I'm curious as to where this is stemming from. So I took a look and an in-depth kind of observation, and I found this to be relevant to myself across many platforms. Those that used to be more receptive to information that I had to offer have removed themselves from that position, but I haven't changed. And if it has anything to do with questioning my validity, they didn't ask any questions. Too much bass, huh? Let me try this. So I figured I'd give people.
I could hear you perfectly. Maybe hard to understand access, too much bass. I hear him just fine. Axis, his voice,
Is
he
that
speaks low, not like he's screw. I know what they mean. Axis doesn't speak like.
is it any better now?
You guys could hear it better. Hear Axis better.
I changed things around a bit. I don't know if it's helping at all, but anyhow, go ahead, Charles. I'm listening and I'm all ears, man.
I've learned so much from speaking to people, more than I would learn reading books. I think I've learned more than listening than I'm more comfortable being a student, I've realized, than a teacher, even though you know it's like when I'm speaking, I'm not really teaching, but I'm just either speculating or speaking on how I see things. Where was I going with this, man? I had a thought and then I started speaking on something else. It was about you, what you were talking about. It was about assumptions. Maybe it wasn't that important if it just stopped, disappeared out of my mind. Oh, okay. Now I remember. You know, I've also learned when someone has a viewpoint, you know, you really can't debate an individual on how they see things. Like people, like you were saying yesterday, I've seen a lot where people will take what you say and either twist it. I've seen it time and time again. You know, it's not. People like to debate.
I don't take a position as a teacher. I'm just relaying learned experience and information. What they take from it is their own take. I'm not forcing anything, and I'm not projecting anything that they should follow or that they should pursue. It's just information. And to some, it holds relevance, and to others, apparently, it holds little to no relevance. Which is okay, because I didn't set out to change the world. And
Nice. I did. And that's where I had to. That was my learning curve right there. I learned so much from trying to save the world like Super Chuck. You know, I thought I could make changes in so much, and I've realized the only change I should worry about is within myself.
well, I did a live stream last night with Dom, and we covered a lot of ground. And you know, I always try and offer some type of hands-on skill set to be able to deal with your environment, life, even your inward journey, sometimes outward journey. But these are just my observations from my personal experiences. And for anybody to place anything or project anything on them, well, that problem then lies with them and their inability to either just let go of what I say and ignore it, or they're seeking to understand it and they can't, or they're taking what they can utilize from it and carrying on with that applying it to their state of being and their endeavors into this plane of existence. There's no big secret to it. The only secret to all this is the techniques that I use to obtain these states, the process that I use, and how to maintain them. But no one ever asks me the questions. They always speculate and assume that, I'm just there to spew out this information and move along. Well, anyone's free to question me. I have no resistance against that whatsoever.
Yeah. If anyone has questions in the chat, ask. I wanted to ask you, Axis, about what do you think, or what do you know through your life experience? What do you think of the source or the creator? The what do you think the creator is, or creators, or the energy?
Hold on, let me answer this because I'm being asked a question. Hold on, Charles. You're right. No, I won't debate you. There's a difference between asking me a question and getting an answer and then trying to debate your truth against mine. That's the difference, Integro, or Integroup, is I won't debate. That's not my nature at this point in time. But debating and asking questions, those are two different things. A debate is a conflict between ideals and one trying to prevail above the other. But if you ask me a direct question, you can either accept the answer or not, but I'm not going to debate you about my truth. Go ahead, Joe.
Like, say someone asks you a question, you give them an answer. You say, what's your favorite color? Red. And then they'll be like, no, it's not. It's anyway.
Right, I'm not going to argue that because I know what my favorite color is. I know what my process and procedure is, and I know my form and function. And to stand against someone in a debate, for them to try and tell me that what I'm doing is wrong, or that it's a discrepancy in the grand scheme of truth, I can't argue that, and I'm not going to argue that because I found what works for me.
I used to get offended when I was younger when people didn't see things the way I seen them. It was a lot of ignorance and indoctrination I had to shed within myself. I've come to realize the way people see things is the way they see them. It's not my job to step in and change what it's like I said yesterday, anything in my life, I went and looked for the information. Nobody, for the most part, I'm just grateful that I didn't have preachers and grow up in the church and just be fully engulfed, and I was able to, for the most part, carve my own path.
Right. And yeah, Intergroup, I would hope that I come across suspicious. I would hope that I come across every possible way that you can conceive me. And I hope that you observe me with all possibility. And if suspicion is one of them, then at least you're observing. You're not mindlessly in a corner drooling on yourself. I suppose that's headway.
If you have any questions in the group's cool.
I know we've talked before. I know he's kind of wired, and that's cool. It's just his state of being. Well, who said I was obligated to offer anything to you, Intergroup? I wasn't born into this world to offer you anything, nor do I owe you anything. I don't even owe you an explanation. I come up here and gave you the opportunity to question me. I didn't have to do that. And as far as your observations, those are your own. I don't affect your life. You should pay more attention to your life than others. That's where true growth starts. And I change. I am both light and dark, good and evil. I've never denied that, and I've never claimed to be a saintly person or someone that you should follow. So if that's what you're trying to project onto me, and you're not going to get nowhere with that. I'm comfortable with me. Are you comfortable with you? Because if you're seeking something that I'm supposed to be offering to you, you're not going to find it. Especially when you're that defiant against possibility. And it's not conflict, it's just I don't owe anybody anything.
All right, bro. Then why yesterday were you jumping all over everybody? Oh, I don't have to debate. I don't have to answer. All I was doing was posting my own points of view in the chat, and you took it upon yourself to get offended about it, bro. You popped off just like the first time we talked. You popped. You remember hollering at me at the top of your lungs, bro?
Probably did.
I was saying dangerous things, bro, and you didn't want to be associated. You remember all that, bro?
Oh,
did
absolutely.
you ever explain yourself for that?
Yes,
because
I did.
you've been suspicious to me ever since, dude. I'm gonna just be honest, because that was extremely weird and questionable to me. And here you are, you coming back over here, and you're like, I don't have to explain myself to nobody. But if anybody wants to ask me questions, why would anybody want to ask you questions? Shouldn't we all be sharing our own points of view? What makes my point of view or Charles's or King in the group? You had to bring that up yesterday about because I called you King. What did you do? You went straight to what? Wordsmithing.
I am nobody's
5 minutes
hero.
after you had already said, look, I could come up here and I could talk about wordsmithing. You know what I mean, bro? You just instantly flipped yourself on your head, bro. It's very inconsistent. Yes, you did yesterday. You might want to go back and listen.
So I'm an inconsistent person to you. That's fine.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll give you a pass for that, bro. But you lash out at other people, and then you're going to sit here and act like everybody should be asking you questions. Well, after yesterday, bro.
I offered to present myself to be questioned. I didn't ask anyone to question me. I presented myself to be questioned.
All right, bro. This is what I'm talking about. You just said 5 minutes. If anybody wants, nobody ask me questions. Why did you say that then, bro? This is what I'm talking about, dude. If you said the first time we talked and everybody up here was talking dangerous and you don't want to be associated with it, you got pissed off at Dom, and you're right back here, which is fine, bro. It's cool if we can kiss and make up. It's all good, bro. Then you come up here and you talk shit again yesterday to me, bro. You were offended at something I wasn't even directing at you necessarily. That means you automatically got triggered. Your ego. The show was about ego. And you got triggered by me, bro. I ain't fucking said nothing to you in months, bro. It's just a good example, bro. I'm just pointing it out. It's not a question. I'm pointing it out.
Go ahead. Rage. Get it all out of you.
You said a lot of things yesterday. I'll listen, bro. Just like you always do. If anybody that comes up here, I'll listen to it, bro. I'm not here to adopt other people's perspective. I don't expect nobody to adopt mine. These circles, bro, we all talk about our own shit. We bounce it off of each other. If anybody's here looking to adopt other people, that's like a cult, bro. All right? I'm gonna just put it on record. That ain't what I'm here for, dude. I don't know where you come from and why you here. If you just like us and you just coming to mingle and everybody's sharing fucking wacky ideas, cool. But I just let you know, I'm not here to join cults. I'm not looking for cult members. I'm just a real ass dude, bro. You know what I mean?
No, with you, I truly don't. I was asked
Oh,
to be
okay. Now we
here.
got a question in the groove. We got to question my credibility. Bitch, I've been on here 20 years, bro. Everybody's seen the best and worst of me on here. I share
So,
all of
you're a
myself on
puppy.
here. All right? I don't know nothing about you.
That's right.
There you go. We can
If
play
you
tit for tat
did,
on that.
then we shouldn't be interacting. If you knew anything
Why?
about me at all, you
Can't
would
handle it, bro?
understand that I
You're
don't
not a
have
grown
to
man,
respond
dude?
to you. And I will not follow you into childish areas of thought.
Oh, I'm child. Oh, name calling. I'm pointing it out. It's obvious. Can
Wow,
you speak like a man, dude?
you
And
are an
not with all
angry
the games,
individual like
bro. It's
me.
just games. All right, bro. Look, you have a good day, bro. Sorry, Charles. I just had to. This dude, bro, he stinks, bro. You smell like something. I don't know what it is. And I can't point it out. I don't have the evidence. But something about you is just off. You know what I mean? Sorry, bro. Y'all
Okay.
have a good day, bro. I'll be listening in chat. I'm not gonna comment though, bro. Now, peace out, bro.
Man,
I
my
don't
apologies,
think he
actually.
likes me. Wonder what he's looking for that he's not finding in me. He's expecting something out of me. What? Me to conform to his idealism or his mannerisms? Nah, I'm not going to do that. Nor will I conform to yours, Charles, or anyone else's.
I don't know what that was about, but
I don't know.
peace, Joe King.
Apparently he's upset.
Yeah. Well,
And yeah,
I was
whenever I
asking,
first came here, you guys were talking some pretty edgy shit that I didn't want to involve myself in because it draws too much attention. And because of conversations such as the ones that you were having in the past, I had to shut half my research down. You know that, if you kept up with my channel, me, or anything that I endeavored in. But that's all right.
well, that turned the tide in that situation.
Well, I still feel the same, but thought maybe maybe there was a bit more maturity to your
I think it was not a cult.
I have a cult, but I don't hide that. That's no big secret. But apparently, I'm gonna leave it up to you, Charles. I'm not being very well received, and
I don't think all
I don't
cults
see
are.
that. I don't see that as being productive, and especially when these are people that are used to a different flavor. So, you know, I can stay or go, Charles. That's up to you. But you asked me to kind of join in and be a part of your channel, and I took that as an invitation.
Yeah.
But I will not ever again. Apparently, your chat and the people that come here do not receive me well, and that's been consistent. And I'm not going to stick around anywhere that that's going to see me as something less than informative.
Don't worry about what other people think, man.
No, it's your channel,
You
Charles.
came here because I asked you to come here.
I'm not going to disrupt your channel with my presence. Why would I do
It's
that?
not a disruption to me. Everyone has opinions. I've noticed that through my experience with this. And I've just come to the conclusion that people don't like everything. A lot of people tell me they don't like stuff I do, reading about witchcraft, and they so that's why they don't come around. I'm fine, you know. I've heard it all. That's fine. I'm not going to make everyone happy. And I invited you here. You know, don't worry about what people. You know, not everyone is
productive?
just like not everyone loves me. You know, I just like
is
really
it
can't make everyone happy.
Slow down, Charles. Is it productive? Is it productive?
What?
Me being here, not me being here on your panel, is it productive?
Yeah, it was productive until.
Okay. Because I'm seeing cheap shots and slurs in your chat now. I've been attacked, and all I did was come here at your request and offer to answer questions. Am I wrong?
No.
Okay. So I don't like your atmosphere on your channel now, because I didn't come here to be scrutinized, attacked, or belittled. And I don't see that as productive behavior or forward movement in behavior. So why would I participate in this any further? They've showed their measure, and their measure stops at, aw, sad little rat, keep talking, buddy. You know,
I understand, man.
That's where the measure ends. That's as far as they can go, and they can't go any further. They're incapable of it. So what I have to offer is wasted here. Do you understand that, Charles?
Yeah, my apologies, man. I understand why you feel that way. My apologies for that.
Oh, I can take criticism, but a one-sided argument in a hostile environment, is that healthy to subject? I'm talking to the last comment. Is that healthy for someone to subject themselves to such treatment? That's abuse. And I didn't come here to be abused verbally, spiritually, or interjected or energy with their energy, you know. And that's exactly what they're doing. That's abuse. Calling someone names, that's abuse. Attacking their character, that's abuse. Calling them out as suspicious or trying to bring up debatable content, that's abuse. You know, people are so abusive, they become accustomed to that being a part of their communication. Anybody who has the audacity to sit in a chat room and throw slurs at somebody, you're self-defeatist, and that's as far as you'll ever go. And you're an abusive person with abusive words that are now etched into time. So when I see you and your name, I will recognize you as an abusive person with very little to offer or say.
I don't know why they feel like that, but you've never shown me any disrespect. You've been nothing but respectful when you come here, and I personally enjoyed your time when you come here and share. But
why didn't you come here to be abused?
Like that.
You know, and whether they like it, I didn't come here to be abused, and whether they like it or not, that is abuse. You know, anytime that you attack a person's character, demeanor, or start making slurs against their character, or calling them out as being something that you project upon them, that's abuse, Charles, and you should recognize that. And now that it's really made a statement with me now, and I am here. I think that the biggest majority of all of you are abusive people, and you have hateful things to say to each other. You have hateful things to say to new ideals and concepts. You have hateful things to things that you don't understand. You don't do the work. You couldn't do the work. And if you did do the work, it would show in your words and you would be a lot less abusive. But you've all become so adept to abusing one another that it sickens me. And that's a part of what I hit on the live stream last night. A person can't exist in peace whenever there's people around that always and constantly want to abuse, whether it be an ideal, a concept, or a person. And you're hosting that. You're catering to that, Charles. Is that how I can look at you now?
No.
That's what I see. You're allowing abuse, man. And I've seen you abuse. And then you want to call me out for being abusive, for taking defensive stance. All I did was offer to answer questions and show up when I was requested. Now we're taking a different step into things. You want to be abusive? You want to throw your little abusive words around and show me the size of you?
Me?
That makes you measure, not you, the chat and those with opposition. You're showing me your measure. You're showing me where you stop. You're showing me where your mind capability ends. And to hurdle an insult or an innuendo of ill intent towards somebody makes you a very hateful person. So enjoy your hate. Bask in your hate. But I'm not going to be a part of it, and I'm not going to carry it around because your guilt is your own, not mine. And I understand that. I have held Charles responsible. I've asked him questions. I was the one that inquired about him reading books on magic and spells and handing information out as though it was free candy. The devil's candy, because it will tempt you into places that you probably have no idea even exist. But if he wants to lead you there, that's fine. That's on Charles. Doesn't mean I have to be a part of it. Adults resolve problems when there is a problem. I'm not having a problem with myself. It's others who are seemingly having a problem with me. And my observation of you being angry little people, well, that's self-evident. Read the chat. You rest your case. You all have a good one. Interesting.
Man.
Are you seeing the discontentment? Are you seeing the underlying innuendo that was brought when I offered to answer questions? Are you seeing this, Charles?
Yeah. I don't like it.
Did I do this? Did I do this? And you better be honest, because we're standing on honest ground right now. I will reveal you for the naked self that you are, as well as myself. I come into this world completely naked and without anything in my hands, and that's the way that I will leave it. But will I suffer the abuse that your channel has to offer towards me when I didn't invoke it? and now it's completely changed the atmosphere and even slightly
I'm not mad at you, Axis. You
irritated
have
my
the right
mood.
to say whatever you want. I understand. You know, I'm not mad at you in any way. You didn't come here and start nothing. You came here because I asked you to. I didn't know that, you know, the way these two people feel, but now I do. And I don't like none of that shit, you know. But I can't tell people how they feel, and it
Right,
sucks
I
that.
understand that, and that's cool. But I'm just showing you and telling you, you have a bunch of abusive people here. Recognize that, Charles. Like attracts like. There's a flow of energy here, positive and negative. Like attracts like. This is a conduit for some very small-minded, angry people. And they've exposed themselves today. And that's not putting you down. That's just making you aware of what you're catering to.
I see it all the time. It's everywhere.
Why do you think I left the internet? Why do you think I quit talking to people? Why do you think I took a hiatus from all of this? You're just a bunch of angry people, man, screaming and yelling through YouTube about your disappointments, shortcomings, and most their inadequacies. You know, I'm not there. I'm comfortable with me. That's why I left the internet.
I fully understand that, Axis. I feel the same way at times too. How can I ever accomplish my inner peace if I'm surrounded by, even with my self-anger, I'm trying to shed all that. I mean, I can't find inner peace when I'm surrounded by angry chaos. And I'm trying to achieve my own inner peace. I'm in the process, so my whole life I've been in the process. And the more I observe, the more I understand, overstand, whatever stand.
The only reason we're still talking about it, what's that last name? Jay Heighton, is because this is a continual thing amongst the metaverse. Is people, because of their ability to be anonymous or untouchable, become like a drunken man. Their inhibitions fade away, and then they start showing their true selves. And I stand in a position where I have found my own comfort, but I did expose myself. That I will give. And the only reason it's not finished is because it's not finished. This will continue on here. That's why we're still talking about it, because I'm still seeing it.
It's all over. It's littered all over the metaverse.
Just look in your chat, man, at the discontent, the disrupted, those that aren't willing to present themselves in a less than hostile way. They all have to interject their opinions, their ideals, and their concepts against something that doesn't even involve them. And they do it with abuse. Abuse, man. Think about it. You're abusing another person. For what? An ideal over a digital communication system?
The power of words, man. The power of words are powerful. Some people don't realize it. The power of words can change your whole molecular chemical structure just by saying "fuck you." When I think about that, I understand the spoken word even more. It's that I've always been interested in the energy of everything. Like, I don't even want to get mad. I don't want to waste my energy on. I try not to get mad in situations.
Right. And we can move on from that, which is okay.
I'm not
I
mad.
can either leave
I
or
fully understand you, Axis. You know?
do what?
I said I fully understand, where you stand on the situation. Like I said, I'm not mad.
Yeah, it's just my personal observation of the situation and what I was confronted with. And it's a shame because there could have been some real good interaction. I was
I
ready to
wish everyone
answer.
could get along. That's what I've always wanted, for everyone to work together and look past certain things. Everyone being different in life is just what makes life to me. Differences people have, I think, helps us learn within, ourselves. But yeah, I don't like when this shit happens, but I can't make anyone else see anything different. That's on them. But don't let that shit bother you. Axis, fuck it.
It's not a bother to me at this point. It's a state. It's a state that people are going to step into, and it's one that's being catered to by more and more people and more channels and hosts. So we're allowing people to abuse each other, and no one's calling these abusers out for being abusers. If I take war with you, then I'm going to do more than abuse you verbally. But it seems to be a growing disease in social media that abuse towards one another is now an acceptable state of presenting yourself. And from that, we can move on.
Now I get why. I learned a lot from today's show to help me. Every day, I get more and more. But anyway, I wanted to ask you, Axis, before all this happened, what you think about the existence of a higher power, or what do you think the higher power is?
I think it is to my notion, it's obviously a creator, a mathematical structure. I mean, you can look at that with the evidence in nature being mathematically equated with golden and divine proportions. An algorithm in machine learning can also analyze and predict the outcome by a compilation of information, which means that there's mathematics added to the equation of this creation. Whether we were genetically manipulated by this same source, I'm not sure. Can I name and identify it? No, because the way I see it is I'm no more than a working within the perimeters of a computer program within a computer. And the higher state of being to that would be the user outside of the computer. To me, that's tangibly real. Something that can be can be solidified. But as being a program and a node of information being used for for the transfer of information within a closed system, you know, that kind of limits our ability. And the fact that we're confined here, just like being confined within a computer program and a computer, whether it be a laptop, a phone, or anything else. The one truly governing the system is the user outside of the computer. And that's my taking concept on a higher being. The one who wrote the program, the one who built the computer, the one that designed the program that is you, that is working within the construct or the mainframe or the holographic state that we're in. But you can guarantee that it's not a solidified reality, because whoever's pulling the strings outside of the computer is a hell of a lot more solidified than we are.
Thank you for sharing that. I'm listening. I'm also squeezing this lemon to get some lemon water. Yeah, when I think about this realm and being a hologram, I try to understand more the solid state in the hologram, how light materializes in this hologram.
Well, when you look at one aspect of it, is you're born into this world naked and with nothing. You can't take anything into a dream and come out with it. And when you die, you leave everything here. How real is that, really? That kind of makes you a ghost within a certain construct or a node of information in a computer program. But the true solidified being and state of being is that which created the computer, the program, and designed all the form and function to it. That laid out the constant, that which, laid out the ability for the persistent to work against the constant. We're basically we're basically a ghost of an existence. We're an aspect. And to bring this into even more clarity, we can't leave this closed system. Just the same way as no matter how intelligent AI or your computer or anything within a computer, machine language, cannot leave the confines of its network, and the fact that it is only the compilation of its information. But we consider ourselves real, and a robot, we may identify it as male or female or put some type of trait to it that makes it easier to accept. But a robot is not male, it's not female. Its personification is only that of input information, and that's all that it's capable of sending back out. It's still in a closed circuit. But do I consider it to be tangibly real? Only if it had a body to inhabit and could implicate what it feels to be its directive. And as for us, if we were the person sitting outside of the computer and we were working with the programs within the computer, which is a metaphor for what we are, then the person outside of the computer is living a completely different type of existence as those of us who are in the computer, the construct, the simulation, this plane of existence. So we're just ghosts of energy, and we take on and retain learned information from the time we're born to the time we die. And that is the sum and total of your existence here. Once those memories and those experiences have been removed from your being, then none of it mattered in the first place. It held no significance. And it damn sure didn't hold any significance outside of the simulation, the construct, or the creation, if you can understand that.
Fully. I kind of look at it like when I was younger and I learned the story concept of God. I used to look at us as being, one day I was like just daydreaming and thinking, and I would look at that concept as God being, like we were God's ant farm, the way it's described, or more or less the creator being the video game player, the controller, and us being the video game. Sort of, if that makes any sense,
Well, I would like to think that even though I am a compilation of just learned experiences that have been gathered in one aspect, that the potential for me to be able to exit the computer, exit the program, and become, which I don't even know if it's possible, to become that which is outside of the computer, the user, the controls that particular computer and everything that happens in it, which basically is what we are. God created an environment, or the creator, or the architect, or whatever you want to call him, and the environment he created was perpetual and self-sustaining. And then when I started looking further into it, I realized that everything that pisses him off seems to wind up here in exile. So I realized that it's a containment. You're within a containment, along with many other energies and entities. And this is just my take, but I think I would much rather be the user outside of the computer, writing the program and creating the construct, than I would be wanting to be a part of the program and just a node of information being transferred around.
That's what I think. Finding yourself, man. That's what consists of, truly finding who you are in your inner peace would be like becoming the controller, the player, and not the game. That's sort of like breaking free from the system, taking control of self.
Well, that's what, if you've listened to any of mine and Dom's live streams, or you've paid attention to any of my lives, or what I truly have to say, you would see that I'm given breadcrumbs on my journey through this. And after today and what I just went through, I am more now least likely to share any of that information with anyone, because I do not cater to the abusive, and I do not cast pearls before swine. But I will leave breadcrumbs for you. And if you choose to follow them, that's fine. If you don't, take that upon yourself and move.
People gotta become Hansel and Gretel and follow the breadcrumbs.
No, they would rather argue and abuse the person leaving the breadcrumbs. And that's not a reference back to what just transpired. That is an overall look at things. Anything that is outside of their field of safety protocols, they will attack it, condemn it, ostracize it, try and put it to measure. They will do everything but sit down and try and understand and learn from it to develop a higher sense. And it's not because they wouldn't want to, it's because they're incapable of it.
Well, one day, hopefully, they'll see things differently. If they look within self and ask why they're angry, figure it out.
If they choose, you know.
I used to get angry a lot, and then come to realize, the fuck do I get angry at? The smallest stuff. It's pointless. It's a waste of energy to even focus on a lot of things that I used to get mad over.
Well, I want to answer a couple questions here. Why do we need to find out who we are if God already knows? Well, it would probably, in self-understanding of the nature of what you are and your form and function, you're going to be able to operate within the confines of this construct with much more ease and awareness. And the further you go into self-discovery and knowing what lies within, know thyself, then you're going to much easier understand the language that this is all written in, and the language of creation, the hypergeometry behind it, the aspects of true proportion, and communication in a much more divine understanding of how this was all brought together and your place in it. So yeah, if God knows you, he knows you, but he could give a shit less about your learned experiences and all the things that you've been through in your life. As a matter of fact, I think he would be quite indifferent about it. And if you apply to Christian God, he states that he's indifferent about it. But for your benefit, to understand your place in the construct and how to survive here with least resistance and more advantageous experiences, that's why you want to know yourself. Or at least I'm not talking for you. Well, I didn't say that anyone should know anyone else's God. That you will choose for yourself. I just know states, cycles and states. Are you still hostility, man? I know no God that man speaks of. Okay. A friend to all is an enemy to self. I'm learning this currently. I can't read that very bottom one. And my survival is something is none of your business. I didn't ask any of these questions of you people. So why are you giving me your opinions, and why are you projecting your idealism on me? I don't care who your God is. I'm not speaking for you. I'm speaking for me. I don't care if you survive to see the next day or not. So your survival is of none of my concern. So I don't make it my business. And a friend to all is an enemy to themselves, well, you probably weren't a friend to yourself first, or you wouldn't know people as enemies. They probably wouldn't even be in your realm of existence. I mean, your localized realm is what I'm talking about. Why project all these different things? You know, I didn't come here to be your muse. I came here to
Don't pay
answer
no mind.
questions. What the fuck, man? Really? Quit projecting
Maybe we should
on
end
me
it
your
here.
inadequacies. Knowledge is very limited. Cognition limited. People can't settle and accept the limit. I say, if you find yourself within the bounds of the limit, what I've done is took the safety protocols down and extended the ability to broaden my perspective without safety protocol and reset them in within safe perimeters and continue broadening. I'm sorry, Charles. Did you want to shut this down? Is that what you said?
No, it's all right. Keep going.
You know, the only limit you'll ever run into is the one you set for yourself, or that protocols have been set in place to keep you confined to that limitation. You can remove those safety protocols. You can broaden your perspective and perceive much more than what you do. But safety protocols that are internally built in and externally used against you will keep you from reaching various states beyond the limited. I can't settle for accepting the uncertain. I want to act like I know. Well, I'm still on a journey, man. And I'm just sharing my experience. I imagine my journey is going to be a pretty infinite one, since I am some sort of energy. So when I leave this particular plane of existence, who knows? I'll probably go back to whatever state I was pre-birth. But as of right now, I'm just sharing my observations and experiences and information of what I've observed as the construct and how to communicate with a very universal language, the language of God, the language of mathematics, the language of hyper dimensional proportion, and those things that hold relevant and true the fundamental building blocks of this construct, and how I have interacted with it. For some people, you know, that information is useful, and it seems to inspire them, and to others, it seems to bring out the worst of them.
That's how I feel that way.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
But the reality of that
said something. She said she disagreed with her son about politics and religion. Therefore, she's learned to agree to disagree, yet still love and respect others' opinions.
That's a good take.
Yeah.
Absolutely, that's a good take.
That's
know?
where I've come through my eight or 9 years of really digging is in talking to people that people just see things the way they see them. And I respect, the way people see things. I don't want to debate no one or argue with them. I speak to people because I want to know how they see things. I want to, like Groove was saying, bounce ideas and just, I'm interested in how people see things. Do they see things the same way I do? They might not. That's what makes life interesting to me. I mean, if everyone's seen the same way and dressed the same way and looked the same, that would be a pretty lame life.
Yeah, everybody has somewhere to start, and the metaverse hasn't been around very long. And whenever I originally got here, I was with a group that was, very, very forward moving in their form and function of their channel. And when that dissipated, and I seen the hostility, I tried to bring, I guess, a consequence for being hostile and disrupting the flow of information. And then it took a turn towards people actually causing me problems in the outside the metaverse life, the waking life, at my home. And it stifled my research, my ability to research. And from there on, I started, just kind of feeling my way through this with various changes, ups and downs. And, I had to critique a lot of things about myself, my ideals, my approaches to people, my approach to myself. And there's been a lot of, that's what growth is, is the ability to develop beyond that stagnant point that you've decided to maintain. And when you start looping on that, well, you might as well be insane, because that's what insane people do. And when you project things on other people, then that's you with a problem that you're trying to project on somebody else and find conflict with them. And then when you're just downright abusive to people, well, you need to go back to kindergarten and relearn the whole fucking thing over again. Because if you can't treat people dignitely and without abusing them, then you should probably be removed completely from the group.
Peace, Candy.
That's why,
Excuse me, Candy and Kimba and JGS. Peace to everyone, though, chat.
that's why I think those who set in divine places do not have the desire to interact or even present themselves to the species, the human species, is because what do we truly have to offer the divine, who is the construct builders, the truly innovators of all creation? And they want our opinionated, egotistical, self-centered, hateful, abuseful species intermingling with them. All we would be is a disruption to the divine. All we would be is a thorn in their side, because I'm sure that they're working quite fine without us. That's why we're contained in this confined plane that we're in, because there's no, if you can, you know an escape and you know a way out, you know, let me know. But they've separated us from them for a reason, because we're a disruption. We are an absolute disease to divine being, thinking, and existence. That's what brought us here.
That's why in the Bible the Creator dumped all this garbage down on us. No.
Well, what were we to them?
But you're right, I agree. We are parasitic, and it shows how the respect for Mother Earth, you know, that shows alone the parasitic nature.
Yeah. Yep. You know, and if a person was to be within the realms of divinity, whether it be a demon, an angel, a creator, a demigod, let's hope they don't work on principle, because by the nature of their being what they are, they would have to destroy you.
What if God and the devil is just labels for a male and female supreme creator, or whatever label we want to put on the divine?
Yeah, to me, it's just descriptive energies that you attribute personalities to, or try to humanize, or, you know, whatever you want to bring into recognition so that you can comprehend them. But as for me, they're beyond human comprehension. So trying to humanize them with a definition is fruitless.
Kimba says, "What's up, Axis?"
Hey, how's it going?
We are God and the devil. Yep. Like Axis was saying, that's how I look at it, like personalities, or, you know, the polarity of what we call like good and evil, being mad and being at peace. There's a lot of polarities. Got to get that alchemy balanced out. You got to be able to control. Even myself, I try to control when people say things. Just try to balance out that anger. Not let it get triggered. Ignore that shit.
Wow,
usually, when people are in the chat saying negative stuff, I just ignore them, because I don't want to have any of that energy rub off on me. They could be in a bad mood, be any of that, but
well, the problem with
sometimes
people who are abusive is take for instance, you're having a house party, okay?
Right.
And you got this diverse amount of people in your house party, and there's 1/3 of them that are contemptuous and abusive. How bad are they going to disrupt the house party? Your channel is a house party. You're hosting. You are a host. You are hosting a place for people to gather. And if 1/3 of them are abusive, how is that going to affect the other 2/3?
You're right. It's going to, it'll
Just
change.
because you ignore it doesn't mean, yeah, just because you ignore it and it doesn't affect you, what, you're just going to leave the guest to suffer? Is that what you're going to do? invite them to a house party,
Definitely
let
not.
1/3 of the people abuse the other 2/3, and as long as it don't affect you, it's okay. That's a cop-out way of dealing with a house party, man. Doesn't show much backbone. You come to my house party and you bring your anger, your abuse, and your discontent, and you start spreading it, I will remove you as quickly as you come. You serve purpose and a disservice to yourself and purpose to no one, except for displaying what a monstrous, hateful person you can be. Remember, you're a host, Charles. You're a host. And these people that come here don't come here unless they're masochists to be abused. That's where the beginning of peace comes from. Remove the abuse. And I can't say that I'll always be in that state of mind. I may, by the end of the day, have completely changed into a vile monster that absolutely has set out to disrupt the entire metaverse with frequencies, subliminalism, underlying currents of information that only the subconscious could pick up on, flicker rates and imagery that they don't even realize they're being subjected to, and start punishing and being as hateful and vicious and as abusive to people as I possibly choose to be at all my extent, if I make that decision to. Yeah, I do have low vibrations. I spend most of my time. I spend most of my time transversing and transcendental states. I go to the darkest depths of my possibilities, to the highest vibrations of my possibilities. I'm glad I was able to bring you to a low vibration. Maybe you'll experience it for what it is and learn what brought you there. No one told you you had to stick around and indulge in my low vibrations. You chose to stay here, and then you chose to voice your discontent with it. What, you want to shame me because I can demonstrate low vibrations? I'm not ashamed of that. Sometimes that's my best weapon and my greatest defense. You should learn it. It might serve you someday.
Gotta embrace both sides.
It's your fact that you're stating. Okay? Are you feeling low vibrations from me, Charles? You should be.
A little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I'm just letting you do your thing, man. I understand why you're mad.
I'm not mad. I've just changed my perspective towards my interaction with your channel and your chat. You know, I didn't come here to be abused, but if you want to abuse on me, then I can take you to levels of abuse, and Charles can verify this, where you will regret seeing the name Access Rat Blood show up on any channel. I can manipulate your brain chemistry with frequency. I can subject you to subliminalism through micro introductions of imagery. I mean, you are putty and children in the hands of a true evil son of a bitch, if I choose to be. And there's nothing you can do about it except exit the channel and leave, lest you be subjected to it. And in the groove, I think I might make you a personal endeavor, seeing since you like dishing out abuse. Let's see how you like being abused. I might make you a personal project, because you were the start of this. I was pretty content when I came here, and then you tried to abuse me. Abuse, drink, abuse, drink, abuse, drink. You are a hateful, abusive person. Drink. Yeah, I think I'm going to take you on as a personal project, and I'm going to show you what true abuse is. So anytime that I see you in a chat or on a panel, you can damn well guarantee you're going to be subjected to frequencies, imagery, and subliminal suggestion. And I'm going to crawl so far in your head and you're not going to know that I'm there. What do you think, Charles? Have you seen me use these techniques on people?
Yeah.
Okay, well, then you can justify and verify to him that he is now a target. You shouldn't have attacked me with your abuse, dude. I'm a loser because you wanted to abuse me. I'm a tough guy because I have technology that you can't get around or pass. And I'm a narcissist because I like myself and choose not to subject myself to abusive people like you without some type of retaliation because you're persistent. Your abuse is persistent. I imagine your head is filled with turmoil and will continue
Yeah,
to
I think
do
that's
so.
kind of corny. How people come in the chat and they antagonize because they know it bothers you, or not bother you, but they're doing it on purpose. Like, come on, man. I thought people were more elevated than that. It's crazy. It's like,
Yeah.
what's the fucking purpose?
Well, he managed to put himself in a position where he feels threatened because you're no match against me, punk. Well, I've had a lot of people say that, and I've never spoke a word, but I have affected them on panels through subliminalism. So as long as you're thinking like that, you're giving me full leeway to manipulate you however I see fit. See, I'm nobody. I'm no hero. I am nothing except a utilizer.
I'm not letting you up in the group. Ain't no arguments happening, man. Fuck that shit. Not today.
You throw your little fit because you are now caught my interest. You have now got my attention.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna end the access. And my apologies for the bullshit. And I really appreciate you coming through. It's
Yeah, it was what it was.
It sucks that people feel the way they feel, but
well, Charles, just know that if I ever choose to come back, I will be coming back with subliminalism frequencies and social media weaponry targeting various individuals now. Sorry, dude, but I didn't come here to be abused. Next time you have a house party, make sure your guests know how to treat your panelists. And for those of you that did not engage me in such a abusive way, you know, I appreciate that. At least you showed restraint. So it's been real, Charles. I hope that you get a more stable class of people to engage in your house party and your platform. And 2/3 that come here to learn something aren't disrupted by the 1/3 that's come here to be abusive. Drink. Oh, you're gonna let him up. Cool.
No, Kimba wants to come up. This cat said, I sent you $15. That's wild that people go that route. Like, how am I involved? You know, now I feel disrespected. I mean, it's wild, bro, because I don't disrespect nobody. And yeah, I don't like when people disrespect each other on my panel. That's just childish. I don't come here for that bullshit. I come here to build and talk to people, not deal with this shit. It happens too much. I'm not mad at Axis at all because other people came here, and now I got to be in the middle. Which
no, you're not, Charles. You choose to be in the middle. These are your people. This is your platform, your house, and your party. I was just a guest. That's all. I can't hold you responsible for everyone in your house that you choose to cater to. I can only choose to be here or not to be here, or to engage them or not to engage them.
Peace, London.
Hello, gentlemen.
I'm not even mad at fucking In the Groove either. You know, people feel the way they do. You know, people got mad because I didn't step in the other arguments, and then people get mad when I do. So, like, it's true, you can't make everyone happy, but I don't like seeing that shit. You know, I personally want to see everyone get along, and we could do so much more. But in reality, it's damn near fucking impossible. That's how I see it. But I know I can get along with people, and who, you know, so it's tough, man. To what was that saying that person said? Anyway, okay. What's up, Kimba? How are you doing today?
Not much. I'm good. I've just been really, really tired lately the last few days. Not feeling good and tired. But I came up because I wanted to say, just Axis was saying, been saying this for a while now. When you have a stream, and the thing is, you watch what's going on. You know, I'm sitting there watching. As soon as anybody on the pan, and this is not against you, Axis, you know, but as soon as anybody on the panel even gives in to a side, I call a little nice snide remark in the comment area, you've already just disrupted your household. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, you can't control what other people are saying in the chat, but like I like to say, let them run rampant and speak their thoughts, whatever they're going to say, because you're going to see the group of people that I mean, as the day goes on, I hate to say it, as the day goes on, and I don't care where you are, I don't mean to social media, you see the toxicity of people, it's insane. It's like, whatever happened to just listening to somebody? And someone made a comment, and I think it was Rachel, whatever happened to agree to disagree? And notice right now, as this happens, more people come in that are into drama.
Yeah, it makes that too.
Wait, hold on, Charles. Let me finish, please. Just because that started, I've been sitting here watching your chat for a while now. People start to come in because of drama. Before, people were not coming in. So, and I'm honest, I'm too honest. People start coming in more because now they're like, oh, now look, someone's upset. And now it brings in the traffic you don't even want in. You don't want it. You say you don't want it in. You say you never want it in. It's bringing it in, though. Just because, someone will get, just like that, be like me being like, oh, now you want to say this about me. It is about handling your house, because like I could tell you myself, when I stream, even if I have two people, because this is just how I am, this is how I would run, just like my house. If I even had two people on the panel get into it, best believe one is being muted so the other one can talk, or one is going to leave my house via StreamYard, either on their own recognizances, or I'm going to make them leave. Because, you're going to have everyone else around in the chat and on the panel looking at each other like, oh, wait, hold on. And then they go look at the title of the panel. The stream. It says this. This is the title. Wait, everything's going good. Now this one says something. Now this one ain't happy. Now it turns into kindergarten. And we are the adults of the world talking about sticking up for our rights and what we want to change. Shit, you can't even have someone come in and say a comment, and it disrupts the whole situation. That's why I'm over here like, wow, the toxicity's picking up. What people say and do and the words that come out of their mouth or through the chat, it's not even matching their actions. So in my eyes, I'm over here because I embraced my alchemy, and I'm laughing like a motherfucker. Like, really? Oh, wow. Okay. So these are into drama. These come in. These have been nice and at bay and have a nice conversation. And now all of a sudden, here comes a team of people in because now they see drama going on. In my eyes, most of these names wouldn't even be around anymore. And that's me being honest and brutal and blunt, because we all have something to share. We all have something to put in. I've watched people for so long say, everyone has something to offer, don't they? Yes, I've heard people say this for so long. And all of a sudden, a lot of people are at the end like, no, people don't. Not everyone has something to offer. Not everyone has something to offer. If you believe that, great. But if you don't believe it, don't run around and say it, A lot of people run around saying that, but then they prove themselves differently. They're just words in a chat. And I'm over here like, and then the threat thing, you can only take something as a threat if you let it in as a threat. I don't care who you are. You can come up to me with guns right now. There could be 10 men standing right here in my face with a gun. I'm only going to take it as a threat if I see it as a threat. I'm not going to go by words on a panel by someone. We're all across the world. How are we all going to reach out and hurt each other unless someone physically shows up to your door and causes harm? Now you're talking about just what? Yeah, internet bullying. Okay, go on. I'm done, Exodus. I'm sorry. I'm fired. Go on.
I will tell you how.
Yeah.
And I will explain this so that everybody's capable of using it, not just me. You know that I work with frequencies. You know that I work with subliminalism. And you know that I work with various forms of, we'll just call it influence. Whenever I get on a panel and I choose to subject people to these frequencies, which cause cognizant disruption, anger, distress, and they work. You can research them, and many people some people here in this chat have seen them at work. That's how you can get at people on the metaverse. They're easily manipulated through subliminalism. They're easily manipulated through suggestion, which can be audibly low, and they are easily subjected to frequencies which change their brain chemistry and cause them to be angry, happy, disruptive. And yeah, I have them all at my fingertips and have used them before. And there are people definitely in this chat that have witnessed it, and some have experienced it. That's how you hurt people on the metaverse.
Okay, I can understand that, Axis. I get that. I believe on the frequency thing, but why would you, and I'm just asking this out of concern, did it just get you that angry and upset that you would bring that up, using that against people? What you just said, if you know, we know it does that, why would you want to use that against fellow people?
Because I don't like being abused.
Oh,
and if
okay.
you're going to abuse me, then I'm going to retaliate. If somebody starts abusing you, are you going to retaliate, or are you going to sit there and take the abuse?
Well, see, now that's another aisle I can go down.
I just want to say real quick.
Yeah.
That I agree people should have opinions, but people know. I see it a mile away because I've done it myself. I could be a prick too. People ain't they're stating an opinion, but being an asshole because they know they're going to get a reaction.
Oh, I know. I said abuse drink.
But, you know, it's not always an opinion. Some people, I think, know what they're doing when they're doing it. And to me, it's like, whatever, you know.
Well,
I used to do shit like that too. That's how I see it. And
if
I don't know how to understand it. I don't know why people do it. I would have to ask them, you know. I mean, but yeah, go ahead, Kimbo or Axis.
Go ahead, Axis. Go ahead.
If I started becoming abusive to you on panel right now, are you going to tolerate it?
I'm going to defend myself. Yeah,
exactly.
I'm going to defend myself with words, Axis. That's why I was asking you. I'm going to do it with words, or if it gets too intense, or I'm
That's
like,
the only way you can do it on here. Kimbo's with words.
I know. Well, I know. Well, Charles, that's why I was asking Axis. Yeah, I know. I can only, for me, I'm going to say for me, I can do it with words, or if it gets too intense, just bow out and leave the stream, you know? And I've done that. I've done it on other streams where it was like, this is too much. I'm not taking it. I'm just going to leave. But when you bring up frequencies, and we know how it manipulates the brain, and it's like, well, the thing is, Access, I understand, like, if someone's gonna abuse you, you see it as, like, I guess, you know, protecting yourself. Yes, protecting yourself. But for me, I've just reached a mode where I don't go into, like, a retaliation mode thing. I get up and walk away. I go away. I disperse myself from the situation only because I already know how powerful I am, you know? I know what I can do on my own without even frequencies or anything to potentially retaliate against someone who is abusing me. So since I already know my power and strength, and shit, I just got out of being Baker acted last week, damn, by my own cops in my area. So since I already know and it was hard enough for them to even put handcuffs around me. So since I already recognize my power, I kind of bow out, because if I go into that other mode, for me, it could be potentially more harmful and dangerous for me, you know? That's for me, though. That's why I was asking you. Yeah, because to lash back out, that to me is like saying two wrongs make a right. That's like saying an eye for an eye. And you
No,
know
it's
how I feel is we're not living in those times no more. We shouldn't even be doing that. It's just going to
what
progress the anger and everything and everybody. When we're trying, well, not we're trying, but when people are trying to collect their own thoughts and their state of mind, it's like to me stepping on someone's neck when they're down. Okay. You know, because a lot of these people making comments in the chat, they've been around for a while. I see what they say, I see what they do. You know, I can see some days are better than others. Some days are more horrendous. You know, so it's like, why come back in such a retaliation mode? I say, unless you know you have a lifestyle where it explains that, you know, that I'm not aware of. That's all. I just
and I
try to
do.
understand it.
Let me speak for a moment.
Okay, go ahead.
It's like walking through the woods, and you get bit by a poisonous snake. Okay, that's its nature. I have venom when it comes to social media, and if you want to encounter me with ignorance and you get bit, I indiscriminately bite those who threaten me. And whether I inject venom or dry bite them is up to me. Whether I even react is up to me. But I follow a natural law, and I retain myself to a natural state. And if you're going to be abusive to me, then I'm probably going to put you down. If you were in a forest being abusive to a snake, same metaphor, it's going to bite you. So you can try and civilize yourself all the way to sainthood. The fact is, go out in the woods, threaten a snake, especially a venomous one, and see what happens to you. That's natural law. I was attacked and abused. I didn't like it. So now I've chosen to bite.
Okay.
And that pissed people off. They want to turn me into a saint. I told you I'm no saint. I do as much evil as I do good. I always say that. As a matter of fact, I almost open up my introduction with that. I do not live up to your standards or anybody else's, nor do I care or take your opinions and your lifestyles as my own. You attack me, you run the risk of getting bit. I have technology
I
that can
respect
inject
that.
the venom. And by God, I'm going to use it now, especially after this saintly preaching that I just got in a browbeating for my inhumane treatment of the innocent. A snake does not care who it bites indiscriminately. And you're lucky a rattlesnake at least warn you, because a copperhead will not. There are more venomous snakes out there that will not allow you to know that you're about to be bit. And there's only a couple breeds that will allow you to know. You're fortunate that I'm one that will allow you to know. Because when you see Indigroove on a platform, know that I'm going to be there with a frequency, subliminalism, and underlying suggestion. Because I don't like being abused. Nor does a snake.
Yeah, no, I get that, Access. See where you're coming from. That's why I was asking, because I
don't like
was in the
assumptions.
same, yeah, I was in the same state of mind for a long time, but when I was doing going back and doing the retaliating thing, it honestly was making my life. I had more bad things happening in my life. That's why I was just sharing. You know, I know everyone has the reason for why they do things, but that's why I was sharing, because it was making, you know, if you had to put a word on it, my word's karma. It was making my karma worse. But
Well,
I
it's
see
just
what you
the
mean, law
nature
by
of the
nature.
snake. Yes,
Yeah, law of
it's the nature of
nature.
the snake. Run through smacking rattlesnakes on the head, you're going to get bit. That's the law of nature. That is the way that I conduct myself. I didn't come here smacking rattlesnakes. I come here as a dove to answer questions. and I encountered someone who looked to victimize me and cast their abuse on me. So I became the rattlesnake. And now
And
everybody is disrupted. And they're going to be, because anywhere he shows up, you can damn well guarantee there will be venom in the air now. He has made himself a potential threat to my well-being in social media.
Axe is probably
the
thought I
rattlesnake.
invited him here to be insulted or something, you know, and that ain't the case.
It was abuse, not insult. I can handle being insulted, but I don't take abuse well.
Okay, so let me. I'm curious about that right there. Insult and abuse, but we're on the internet. It's typed out words. So how do we distinguish the difference between an insult and abuse?
Because he
Isn't
came
it
up
just
on panel.
Peace to
That's
Bex.
why.
oh
That's why I didn't do anything but point out the hatefulness in the chat. But he come up on panel and confronted me with hostility and contempt. That's the difference.
Yeah, I didn't know that was going to happen.
Well, it's your house,
Yeah.
Charles, and you know his nature. Now you know mine, and you knew it before.
Now I know he has a problem with you, or he feels some type of way, and I don't know why, but
And I didn't come here to be subjected to that. So he jumped up on panel, smacked a rattlesnake, and now who knows who I'll do
well,
or
I
what
just
I'll
sat
do.
back and let you bite him because you set it off. You have a right to, you know, defend yourself in any means necessary.
I come here to answer questions, not be abused. And whenever he took it upon himself to jump up on panel and start verbally abusing me, then he subjected himself to whatever venom I choose to spew at him or anyone who is around him or hosts him or invites him on their chat or their channel, because I will be there in the waiting, just like an angry lizard. You piss a lizard off, you piss a snake off, you've made an enemy. This guy has done this to me more than once. Now he has an enemy for life. I see no redeeming qualities in him whatsoever. And anybody that supports that type of behavior and abusive conduct, well, they should be bit too.
But see that's like a little game. I'm not trying to be mean, Axis, but that's like a little. See, this is the thing. This is what I was saying before. Everyone is at different levels. Everyone has stuff they're still trying to clear out. I know, like for me, and maybe this is just I'm about to answer myself right now. Maybe it's just for me. People have healed. Some people haven't healed. Some people are caught up. And, you know, like you say, the law of nature. I believe that. I still believe in it. But everyone's running around and we've all had the same crap done to us. So now, like when you just said, and I don't mean everything, the same thing done, but you know, we've all been lied to, who we are, what we could do, all this stuff. And now we're all like in a state of trying to figure it out. A lot of us, some aren't trying to, some don't care, some are gonna, you know, be the shit stirrers, I say. But when it comes down to it, we the people, we as the collective people, we're gonna act differently at certain times, you know? There's certain times people come on the panel and it's all groovy and fine. And then someone might get sparked in a certain way. And, you know, but that sounds like social media harassment to me. You know, like if anyone talks to this one character, you're going to do the same. There's a lot of people that we all support each other, whether we agree what they say, whether, hell, I've had some people say some rude ass remarks to me on here. I've had people come up on the panel, and I won't say no names, they know who they are. I've had people come up on the panel and be like, no, I don't like that one. What about this one? I don't like, this is some kind of game over here, picking out what people are worthy and who has something to offer. Man, we're all people. You know, we're all people. There are people down in the chat that had said some off the wall things that rubbed me the wrong way. And eventually over time, I was like, wait a minute. You don't even know nothing about them. You don't know where they've been from. You don't know what they've gone through, what they might not have healed, what they could be going through right now at this present moment. Because I can tell you right now, I sit in the middle of a family, my own family access, that on a daily, I don't know what they're going to do to push my health overboard to where I actually have a stroke. So it's like everyone's going through, and then God knows what frequencies they had us with already out there in the world. So everyone's going to be acting off kilter. But when it comes down to it, it's like, are we really thinking people are that bad? Because
Yes,
they might have come up and let, or is it just something they're dealing with, you know?
Have you not looked at your species, the human race?
Oh, of course I do.
Do you think they deserve to perpetuate?
Not all. I wouldn't say all. I wouldn't say all. Yeah, not all.
And as far as me being saintly or showing any type of restraint, I don't have to do that. I'm not a saint. I told you I do both good and evil.
Yeah.
And it just so happens that in my nature, in the woods, you piss the snake off. Now, you're seeing the snake react accordingly to nature. Fuck you all. Defend your sainthood to the end. But when you're in the woods, don't be fucking with snakes.
That's the power of words too. When certain words, man, and vibrations, when they hit the individual through the ears,
I don't have to be a saint.
Make them happy or pissed.
I don't have to live up to your expectations. I don't have to do a fucking thing to appease any of you because I've appeased myself. I'm at peace with me. I was asked to come here, and my peace was disrupted, and I was abused. And now you're all wanting to be saintly because I'm rearing my teeth back? Fuck you all. Fuck every one of you then. You wouldn't survive in the true wilderness for a day with that type of attitude.
No, I see what you're saying, Access. I completely get what you're saying. Believe me. That's why I was just asking, because in the same sense as, you know, you could say this one is abusing you down there or whatever, how you came back to. Now, this is just factual over here, okay? This is facts. This is facts I'm speaking. Whether someone comes up on the panel or they're down the chat and they just say some few words to counteract what you're saying, according to society, and I know you live by, you know, the law of nature. I get that too. But I'm saying up here in the metaverse and the panel and all that, someone else's words down there aren't going to come across as abuse or threatening. But you sitting up here talking about bringing in frequencies to manipulate other people's mind. Okay, now that right there, I know you don't see it that way. I get it. I get that. But that right there,
mechanism.
a defense, yeah. But you don't see it as being considered even a large, that's even more of a threat. That's like you're bringing up devices to manipulate people. I see that
Within
more as
legal
a threat.
realms, it's no different than what you're subjected to by advertisements on social media, television, radio. You are not being subjected to anything that can physically harm your state of health, but it can change, just like a song changes your attitude when you hear it. I have the capability to use frequencies to change your state of mind. Yes, and that's legal. Perfectly legal.
Oh.
It's just
Oh,
like
it
turning
is?
on a song. Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Radio would be illegal. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know Access. That's why I'm over here asking. Okay, I didn't. Okay.
That's what words, sound, music, it all manipulates
Okay.
the feelings.
Okay.
So I can do whatever the fuck I want to do. and anyone can challenge me at it. I have the right to do it and the legal right to do it because believe me, I've had enough of these cocksuckers on YouTube turn me in to the actual authorities that I had to answer for what I was doing until I reached perimeters of acceptability for what I do. And I quit using it for a long time. I didn't subject anybody to it until today.
So it's like just calming somebody. Okay, yeah, because see, when I hear frequencies and devices, yeah, I go a little further, Access. That's why I was asking. So it's like,
I can go a little further, but I don't because
you
of the
don't.
legal ramifications. Because you're all a bunch of fucking sheep waiting to be slaughtered by somebody that doesn't have the same restraint that I do. They hit you with the right frequency, you deoxygenate in the bloodstream, and you die. 30 millimeter wave. There's also sound frequencies that can cause deafness, blindness. There's decoherency frequencies. There's, man, mine are mild because they change your emotional state. No different than a musical song. But believe me, there are those out there that I am very familiar with that could completely cause you to go deaf with a tone and a frequency.
Oh,
and
I
then you're
bet.
not going to hear anybody's bullshit. They can disrupt the cellular structure of the eye, cause you to go blind. And who's to say that I haven't studied these technologies? Because I've been turned in enough by a bunch of uneducated assholes who think they're invincible on the internet and on social media. No, you're all a bunch of sheep waiting to be slaughtered by somebody with a lot less discretion than me. That's reality.
I just didn't know that was legal, Access. I had no idea. Because,
If it
you know,
wasn't
I don't
legal,
know.
then they wouldn't be able to use music and pitches and sounds and sound ranges within music. The same way they use the Hertz music to influence a state of peace, the 528, the 432nd.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Duh. Are you getting it now?
I use those. Yeah, I use those X. It was just the way you were describing it earlier, because the words
I
you were
can
saying.
get that fucking evil with it, but I don't because I've had enough of you cowards turn me in. But somebody will come along, believe me, before it's over with, and they will subject you to frequencies beyond what you're already being subjected to that will disrupt you to the point that it will absolutely debilitate you. And enjoy those people, because I'm the friendly one. I'm just the messenger. You carry the weapons of your own demise in your hands, in your scrying mirrors on your laptops and computers, and your televisions, and your Wi-Fi, and your smart meters. And then you want to sit and worry about the fact that I can change your state of mind with nothing more than the frequencies that can be used in a song. I say you're all fucked. And then you want to demonize me? You want to demonize me for being a user of natural law and a respecter of it? Well, fuck you all there too, because you couldn't survive out in the wilderness either. So you don't stand a chance anywhere, not in society or outside of it. So take your sainthood and shove it up your ass because it's not going to save you. And I'm sorry, I'm a little emotional about this, but I don't like being attacked and abused, and I don't like speculatory accusations put against me that are unfounded and not true.
No, I hear you, Access. I hear you. a lot of us go by the law of nature still. It's just, I know, like, just for me in my neck of the woods where I'm at, they're making it almost impossible, you know? They're almost making it impossible for, you know? And that's one thing I do not like. I don't like that. But they're making it impossible over here. So impossible, like you say, they're just about ready to take you. They'll take you down. Your own authorities and all will take you down if you're just going by the law of nature.
We were chilling, nothing was wrong, and then someone comes along and pokes the bear in the eye, and then gets mad at me because I didn't say nothing. Like,
did I say I was mad at you, Charles?
No, not you. I'm saying he was mad at me because I wouldn't let him up.
Oh, well, I don't know about that.
Arguing. He wanted to come up, and I know he's mad I didn't let him up in the groove, but I just don't want the fucking back and forth.
There wouldn't have been. I would have just subjected him to frequencies. There wouldn't have been anything other than him running his mouth and me subjecting him to frequencies that completely disrupts his concentration and his coherency. I would have sat silently and subjected him to the poison that he asked for. So you can let him up. I'm not going to argue. I'm just going to hit him with frequencies.
Sometimes it feels like sometimes it feels like every day not every day, but a lot of days they're already hitting us with a lot of frequencies.
They are.
Changing. Are they?
There's frequencies everywhere.
No, I know, but like some days are fine, like it's not, there's nothing even turned on. Then there's some days it's like really high, then some days it's like low. I've been thinking that for a while. I mean, I know we got them everywhere, but I mean purposely coming from somewhere else hitting us.
I always hear ringing in my ears.
Well, I watch it because I have open mic frequency readers. I have spectrometers. I have oscillators, all this shit running because that used to be my research frequency. Charles, I'm sure you remember that when I was doing all that research. And I was taking frequencies and I was developing a defense against the frequencies that they were using on us. And I wanted to introduce this defensive technique to disrupt their frequencies or deharmonize their frequencies that they're using, which harms us, and give that out as a defensive tool to people on the social media. But instead, I was met with an opposition. And when I was met with that opposition, I immediately took my research somewhere else. And then people thought it would be real cute to turn me into the authority. That's why I know the laws, the FCC, the range of frequencies that you can use, how you can use it to manipulate, just the same way as advertisers on commercials do, or subliminal idealism suggested within imagery. I learned all that shit, man.
Kimbo, remember when
know how?
Oh, sorry, Axel, go ahead.
That's how I know how far they've actually taken frequency technology. They can disrupt your oxygenated bloodstream with 30 millimeter crowd control waves and set your ass on fire inside, dehydrate you, and you drop over dead. You know, I've seen this demonstrated, not to the point of death, but to the point of crowd dispersion.
Remember in school, Kimba, they would put those things on your ears and do the tones.
Yeah, test your hearing.
Tones are very powerful.
Yeah.
They were selling a patent. I think it was Europe back in the days. I forgot how much it was. I seen a video. I think the video was from the 60s. And Europe is selling a patent for a device that could make a tone. The guy was explaining sound and frequencies are so powerful it could obliterate cities. And this patent
you can crack steel, shatter glass. You can, with a frequency pulse, you can disrupt the whole human atomic structure.
Yep.
And I'm just playing in the outer skirts the legal limits of this. God help the motherfucker who steps into it and there's no regulations on what I do. Because I do both good and evil. Smack another snake, motherfuckers.
And it's cloudy down there. It's sunny here. It's hot as a frickin'.
It's been
I
storming
don't
here.
even know that. It's about 101.
Is it? Well, it's been storming here for days, so it just got done raining. It won't stop storming here.
Do you live near Clearwater? Do you ever watch the channel the Armed Fisherman? His name is he calls himself.
No.
No?
No.
The Armed Fisherman. Something about Clearwater he was saying where something about not being able to say something. I don't know. He was I don't know. I was just asking because I know you're in Florida and Clearwater. I don't think it's too far from where you are.
Yeah,
I
it's
hear a
about
lot
3
about
hours.
Clearwater.
It's about 3 hour drive. Yeah. Because I'm right in the middle of Florida, so.
Yeah, I had a friend that was up here I worked with was from there. And, I heard so many stories about that place. The beauty and the horror that's in St. Pete.
The beauty. All right, that's everywhere in Florida.
What's up, London man?
What's going on? How you
Hey,
doing, Chuck?
London.
Certainly, Kimber. How you doing,
Good
Axis?
morning. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. We're approaching the evening time now, so.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, where you're at, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's about to be 1 here. Oh, you're on the same time as me, Kimbo. That's right.
I think it's 1-on-1 here.
Hey, for the life of me, I've been trying to catch up of what's been happening, but I even pressed rewind. I couldn't see nothing, so I was still confused.
Well, just review it, put it on your social weirdo experiment, and everybody else can examine it later. How about that?
That's the thing. I had a little skip through. I didn't see or hear nothing. I don't know whether it's a particular moment, but I didn't see nothing today. So hopefully it's you know, just nothing, just one of those days. Hopefully it's one of those days and it'll go.
That's what I think. That's what I'd like to say, London, you know, because, I mean, everyone's going to have their moments. I mean, hell, I see people get along fine for weeks, and all of a sudden, two people are fighting or arguing, you know. That's why I try to say, you know, trying to take it so seriously on here. But, you know, you can't speak for other people when they've been through stuff, you know, and they're going to, you know.
Well, I
You can't
respect
control.
everybody, man.
Yeah, you can't control someone's actions. You can't tell them how to handle themselves or none of that, you know, like Axis said. But, you know, I just like to think people don't take things so personally that it would disrupt, you know. I've seen too many people get like shunned from streams and can't go here and can't go there, all because maybe they said a few words that, you know, other people didn't like.
Hold on. Whoa. Hold on. I've watched Steven, Vex, and London be abusive to each other for months now, to the point where I won't even go to London's channel because they're so abusive to each other. But this is okay. This is humorous. This is fun. to be abusive to each other that way. That's what started this off, London. Somebody come up on panel and instead of, because I came here to answer questions, decided that they wanted to abuse me, and I wouldn't settle for it. So I'm back to using frequencies. Then they wanted to question my motive of natural law, and I had to explain myself there. I owe no one no explanation. And if you're going to be abusive to me, you better be damn good at it, because you can guarantee you're going to get bit.
So riddle me this: was it Stephen? Did Stephen come over here? Is that who?
No,
had to come?
no. That
Oh,
deal, that abusive situation between you, Bex, and Steven is so far removed from me that I don't even acknowledge it anymore because it's become so wallpapered. But
yeah.
it is
Hey,
amusing to see how long you're going to abuse each other. That's the interesting part, because I would have put an end to it a long time ago.
I asked Access to come here, and so we can build. I had some questions I wanted to ask, and somebody poked a bear in his eye. And then they got mad at me, not you, Access, the other person. Got mad at me because I didn't say nothing. But why you poked a bear? What do you think's gonna happen, man? Like Access was saying, you smack a snake, what's gonna happen? I didn't tell that person to say nothing. I didn't even know that was an issue. But yeah, so I can't be mad at Access. He's only standing his ground, like anyone should. And
that's it. That's what most of us do, though. I mean, even when you just said, Axel said me, Stephen, and Bex, and you got to remember, I've always been standing my ground against these people, right? You go back and check my content and streams compared to these other people, nothing but abusiveness. It didn't even start with just me, Access. This has been an ongoing thing from the other side. We never jumped in this game doing this.
No, it wasn't originally how it started out by any shapes of the means. It started out with We Are Awake News and us exchanging ideals and information that was concerning to us as a society in a whole.
Facts. There you go.
And that's what social media does. I mean, this is what social media does. This is the main reason, besides wanting to, pay attention to what we're doing and every last move. It's to divide us further. And the fact that it's here to divide us further, for me, says I won't even play that game. And I've had issues with plenty of people, issues that rubbed me, I'm talking about scared me, rubbed me the wrong way. Are they going to find out where I live at? Is there something going to go on? Do I really need to watch my actions on here? And then I figured out this is here to do this to us people. So if it's here, I sure the hell ain't playing that game, if you know what I mean. I'm not going to divide and conquer and get retaliated, only because they want us to do that. And if the leaders want us to do it, why play their game?
Well, I can tell you that you've just been introduced to the new state of warfare on social media. I had put it up and put it in the closet and put it away. But now I see that it's more necessary to use at this point than ever. So be aware that there are people out there that are far worse and a lot less restrained than myself that will use these techniques against you. And they're being used against you by the powers that be right now anyhow. But there are those that can take it a lot further. That's social media, and that's where you're at now. It's a battleground. It's a war. It's a war field, and you better arm yourself. You better have your defenses. And if it comes down to it, somebody's going to dox you, or somebody poses a threat to you. Do what you got to do.
Yeah, I've been there. I've had it done for years. the less energy I actually give it and pay attention and act like it ain't even there, the shit goes away so fast because evil does get more tired over the good. That's how I see it, you know? They get tired real quick. They bow out real quick. The ones that are
Well,
aware, we don't get tired. We don't get tired. Nope.
I've watched the development of frequency technology being used by the powers that be, and to the point where it's beyond just general defense. It is weaponized to the point of mass destruction. So for me to stay in the game and be able to relay information without resistance, when I encounter people that want to abuse, attack, or disrupt whatever I've come there for in the name of peace, or just surrendering my knowledge, you're damn right. You better learn new tactics, because it's a new field now, and I'm going to share the information just like before. So, I put it away. I didn't know I was going to wake up to a rebirthing of it today, but the more that I'm here and the more that I'm seeing and the more that I'm hearing, there's no survival skills amongst any of you, except poking fingers at each other and trying to antagonize each other with words and arguments whenever I'm saying, fuck it. Use the frequencies. Use the subliminalism. Use the influence and the subsonic influences. You want to make this a battlefield of words? Fuck that. I want to make it a battlefield of thought, beyond what you're capable of doing, but still under what the government's doing.
Hey, that's why I throw my social experiments out there, bro. Because I really ain't got words for people anymore. I'm so above words with these people. I just rather just throw out my social experiments and let that do the talking for me. And then we know where we stand, right?
Yeah, I've seen a few of your social experiments. I've seen the ongoing. But wouldn't it just be easier if you could turn the frequency up wherever they go and completely cause them decoherence?
No, because they'll cause their self-ecoherence if they keep being in that mind state that they're in. They're
That
going to
doesn't
create,
happen.
they're already creating their own suffering.
You don't have to
That's
push
why
it
they're
on the people
miserable.
to do it themselves. Pushing
They'll
it makes doesn't make
self-destruct.
pushing something on other people doesn't make us. It makes us just as evil as leaders. Period.
Did I say that I was a saint? London, have I ever presented
I didn't
myself
say
as anything
saint.
other than good and evil?
I didn't say saint, Axis. Where'd you get that word? I didn't say saint.
Well, that saintly approach to it. Don't harm others. Well, natural
No,
law
I'm not
says
telling you how
survival
to
of the
approach your
fittest.
actions. I'm just saying how I see it, and I respect how you approach it. I've
Survival of the
approached it
fittest
that
is the
way
law of
before.
nature. And if I have something that's advantageous to accomplish whatever it is I choose in the wilderness, and you're subjected to it, well, you should have been more fit, right? Just like the government's taking advantage of you with pulses, tones, frequencies, and a silent warfare. I don't see you doing anything to build a defense, protect yourself, or a Faraday cage that you hide behind, monitoring frequencies, developing frequencies, being able to disrupt frequencies, because we live in an existence of frequency. It just so happens that I was lucky enough to have an understanding of it and the equipment to develop it. That's the law of the jungle, okay? Survival of the fittest. I just happen to be a little more fit. You just don't like the idea that you're going to be subjected to something that you don't have a defense against, which makes you a sheep. So you hope that I show restraint and a saintly mannerism out in the wild when I'm already being attacked by my own government and my own the powers that be, whether it be commercial TV, corporation, pharmaceutical, whatever. They waged war on me a long time ago. And for anyone to expect someone to approach them saintly and show mercy on them when they're in the battleground, which this is the battleground. Metaverse is the new war ground. There's a silent war waged here on the internet, through Wi-Fi, through telecommunications, through satellite communication. You better be up on your game. Survival of the fittest. Learn defensive frequency techniques. Learn to Faraday things. Learn to Faraday a room to protect yourself from frequencies. Learn how to transmit your signal without you being affected by your own signal. Develop these technologies because they're being used against you, and I'm one of them that's using it. That's just a little pep talk for reality. Welcome to the real world.
That's where you would come into play, right? Where you see where you're saying people should learn these things. If you got the know-how, you should start, showing people, like, do little live streams.
I tried, London. I tried. You remember when I tried?
Yeah.
And what happened? What happened?
What happened? I don't know what happened.
But they ostracized it. They laughed, thought it was a joke, made fun of it, thought it was humorous, until suddenly it was revealed that these frequencies are actually being used, and that, yeah, I have the technology, I showed the development of it, I even went through the processes of it, and now that it's solidified and real, I quit using it because it scared people. But after being turned in the physical world and shown my boundaries and the limits that I can take it legally, I just another useful tool in the law of the jungle, man. Survival of the fittest.
Hey, all I can say is I've been in your boots, bro. First people's rocking with it, then they start to mock it. Even with the concepts that I bring, I get people laughing. First your friend, and they're laughing at it. Rah, 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 rah. So you're saying, but all I've done was kept going. People can laugh, point fingers at me, but as long as I think or I know I'm bringing something to the table, that's what that matters. Just keep going. Fuck if anyone's laughing at you, because you probably got some real ones around you that still want to see what's going on, what you got to bring.
Yeah, they come to my channel. They participate with me on my channel, and mostly in private, just because I don't want people to get their hands on this information. But now, now it's a whole different game. Now let them develop this technology and let the independent develop this technology to the point where they're capable of getting on a panel and hitting you with a frequency that disrupts your blood cells. Because there's people out there that will do this. And once I show them the beginnings of this, which I have before, and I took it down, I will repost it. And I hope that the most evil son of a bitch in the world utilizes natural selection and takes all the sheep fuckers who want this love and peace but still want to attack and have an opinion that is individualized and brutalizes every motherfucker that wants to stand up and bitch and complain about another person's way of life, state of being, or their concepts, ideals, or endeavors. Because my journey is inside, not out.
That's it. That's it. All I can say is keep going. That's all I can say. Keep going.
Damn right.
Because I'm going to keep going.
Yeah. And all it took was one mouthy little fucking antagonist to slap a rattlesnake and look at the chain reaction of evil that perpetuated from that. Because I'm not a saint. I'm not even nice. By nature, I'm human, which means I am a bloodthirsty animal looking for advantage and self-gain. That is the nature of the human. Anything else is disciplinary. You may discipline yourself to be peaceful. You may discipline yourself not to have wants, needs, and desires. But your true nature is to satisfy yourself. And whether that be destruction or a good fuck at the end of the day, so be it.
Oh,
it's within the
I'll be
nature
right
of
back.
things.
I gotta use the bathroom.
Yeah,
I
like I
agree.
said,
Yeah. Go ahead, London. Sorry.
no, you go for it.
No, I was just gonna say I have to agree with you on that, Access. I mean, we already have animalistic, behavior and all that. So I completely get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. And like London said, there some people are just already they're well aware who they are, what's going on already, where they're not trying to wait around for other people to convince them or discuss, and they're going to keep going. They're going to keep going with what they're doing and protecting themselves. That was all new to me. Like, I didn't know. And when Charles brought it up with the music and all that, I didn't even think into that. I didn't know people can actually do that to other people, because now I'm thinking
Damn
deeper.
right.
I'm like, imagine a whole bunch of people running around doing it to other people. That's what I'm
Damn
thinking. I'm
right.
going deeper now. But wouldn't you don't think that'd be a little chaotic if everyone was running around? I'm just thinking the other end. Like, if everyone was running around and trying to protect themselves from frequencies. Now we're all hitting each other with frequencies.
Well,
You don't think that would be a little chaos?
That's whenever I'd shut my phone off and walk away and leave humans to their own nature.
Oh, I forgot that bad. Yeah.
Ah, yeah. I
Yeah.
introduce the poison, you guys spread it, and I walk away. And humans continue doing what humans do. Welcome to natural law.
Yeah, no, I know. That's what I'm saying. A lot of us still go by natural law. But in a society where they're going to come and lock your ass up in a heartbeat, that's where I'm like, But, I guess it's how bad you want it, how bad you fight for it, yeah.
I think it would be a great service to humanity that everyone learn how to use frequencies against each other on the metaverse. And that way I would feel a lot more at ease when I walked away from it, knowing that all of these people who have contributed to this disease called technology are destroying themselves.
But I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. I mean, I hear what you're saying about building things to protect you, right? But even when it comes to this metaverse, right, one of the best ways that you can probably defend yourself, right, is to not even come online, or just know who to let on your panel, know who to have around you. Then
Right.
you wouldn't even be thinking these things. You wouldn't even be thinking, I need to build this to fucking get at this person, or need to. It's all about who you have around you.
That comes from me trying to build a defense against Wi-Fi technology, cell phone technology, and frequencies that were affecting me. So when I endeavored into the understanding and the development of frequencies, I was trying to match frequencies, disrupt frequencies, and protect myself by nullifying frequencies or deharmonizing them to where they had no effect. And I was going to share this as a defensive mechanism for people on the metaverse, so that when they're talking and they're hearing that ringing in their ear, or they're surrounded by that Wi-Fi technology, they can at least disrupt the signal enough where they can sustain a healthy environment mentally and physically in the proximity of those frequencies that they're being subjected to: cell phone, Wi-Fi, satellite. But once it wasn't taken serious and people thought that was a fucking joke, well, I had to show them it's not a fucking joke. They didn't like that. So then I put it away because people were whining and crying and expecting me to be some type of nice guy. Well, the times have changed. The war has escalated. And technology is a disease. And the best thing you can do if you don't want to be in the war is shut your fucking computers down, shut your phones down, and run while you can, because it's coming for you. And if it's not me, it's going to be somebody with a better and stronger signal and frequency than me because they've already got them. They got them in real time, more or less the metaverse. I'm just paving the way for people to use them in social media so that when I exit it, all the people that are using social media will be subjected to the horrors of each other's true intentions. Just like war in real life or survival of the fittest.
Yes, do you know what? Because even when I think about it, right, and then this is even just going by what I can see, Danny put in the chat, right? That's powerful, right? Only a hunter sets a trap, right? And that's on even in the real life aspects, right? Like even down to society, right? Especially with hunting, with the food industry, right? But when you want to take it further, when you start bringing it to the metaverse and these things, right? We're not even hunters. We're like gatherers, right? So if we're not gathering information and
I'm a predator.
Gathering around each other, what makes you a predator? Because you eat meat? Because
No.
do you hunt your own food? Do you hunt your own food?
I hunt. And yeah, fuck yeah, when I was a nomad, I had to, or otherwise I'd starve. When I was in
Why
the
do you
desert,
hunt?
man.
Why do you hunt?
To feed myself, man. When I was out in the desert or at the Grand Canyon or when I was traveling across as a nomad, yeah, I hunted. I hunted small game. I mean, I wasn't going to pack a deer in the back of my fucking truck and try and skin and keep it. My freezer wasn't even that big. But I could keep a couple rabbits, some fish, and whatever commodities I got from the local mercantiles. But right now in real life, no, I don't do much hunting. As a matter of fact, I'm under 9 hours of nursing care a day at this point in time, and they're trying to pump it to 24.
Access. My thing is this though, right? Even like just the thought alone of going and hunting something that has not even hurt you or has got a family waiting for it to come back because it's been out gathering food itself, right, to come back home for the family. Just the thought of that, right? So when I hear people saying they're hunting or they're hunters, sometimes I sit back and analyze them, like, why would you want to go through that process? Like, you can actually grow
Because
food
you're
yourself.
hungry.
Yeah, but like I said, we can grow food ourselves. Like we can do so
You
much
know how
things
long it takes
ourselves.
to grow a garden when you're hungry in the middle of the desert where nothing grows? Have you ever
I
been
hear
there?
what you're saying. I hear what you're saying there. I hear what you're saying, but it's the situations that we put ourselves in that determine the outcome, really. So it's like I'm not saying you put yourself in the desert for any reason, but I'm saying I'm pretty
I
sure.
chose. Yeah, I chose to go there.
Okay, so it was a choice. Okay, it was a
Yeah.
choice. It was a
Yeah, I
choice.
sabbatical to the desert to come to terms with myself. Not anyone else and not the rest of the world, with myself. And I found that in certain states, yeah, I am both predator and prey. There are powers that are much greater than I could ever dream of inflicting on anyone that I am predatorily pursuing or an animal that I'm hunting. Hell, they could fly a F-16 over this house and carpet bomb this whole fucking neighborhood. I don't stand a chance. They could amp up a 30 millimeter wave and send it through the fucking Wi-Fi towers and deoxygenate my blood right now at this moment. They could use microwave weapons that are so small and indistinguishable from common items that they can pulse you with it and disrupt your whole system. Cancer, heart attack, stroke.
Read the
You're
book
fighting.
Silent Weapons and Quiet Wars.
You're living
on
a
point.
dream, man. You're living in a dream thinking that this is going to continually be something that you can engage in and still retain a peaceful state of mind. If you're not a predator, then you're prey. And believe me, you're already prey. Might help you out to take on some predatorial attributes so that at least out in the wild of all this technology, you might stand a chance to survive if you learn to set it down, walk away from it, or you can defend yourself and attack.
But even when you just said, you know, we're predators or preys, I mean, even when we define the words, right, we get it from what the people tell us, you know, the apex predators are the predators, right? And everything underneath them is the prey, right? But what about when they start killing each other? Who's the hunter then?
Well, I think that's just a natural process of the nature of man, is to kill.
No, well, that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about in the quote unquote natural world.
I'm talking in the natural world.
Like,
There is
sorry, the
not,
jungle rather, the jungle. Let me specify that, the jungle, right? The savannas and these type of things.
okay, well, then you're dealing with natural predatorial animals that see you as food, and I see them as food. So at the apex of that, whoever has the advantage is going to be the survival of the fittest or the smartest. I may have to stand up in a
See,
tree with a long piece of spear and a flint on the end of it to jab through that predator animal, but that's innovation. That's advancement in a range of technology from the primitive to now we're dealing with a completely different type of weapon, a different type of predator, a different type of prey. You know, right now it's digital prey. Right now it's about information and algorithms and the collection of all of our mental data, and they turn around and use it as a weapon against us with the aspect that at any point in time they could destroy us as a civilization. And then to go on the metaverse and try and pretend that I'm not a human or I'm not a predator or prey is a complete fabricated self. You're lying to yourself by not accepting each role. You are predator and prey.
well, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Trust me, I hear what you're saying. But I mean, even with the predator and prey stuff, I don't know. Of lately, that don't even like sit well with me, especially knowing that I'm much smarter than a predator or a prey.
That's like the duality: the hunter, the gatherer, the predator, the prey.
Because
I
I mean, if I
I'm
ask you
everything.
what makes a good predator, right? You'd probably say, you know, having the right equipment to hunt, right? Like, you know, a lion or
No,
something like this, right?
I'm everything: the hunter, the prey, the fucking the gatherer. I meant to say the hunter, the gatherer, the savage beast, the prey. I'm everything because there's people looking to take me out, and then vice versa. It's a vicious, chaotic realm. Life is vicious.
is it not he who has the innovation to overcome his enemy that is the apex predator? Innovation. You can have all these things at your disposal, but you may not have the proficiency to use them. You have to innovate,
Exactly.
persevere.
That's where I was going with it, right? It's not about the teeth and the claws, it's about the mindset. That's what really
Yes,
makes us the predators. It's about the mindset. That is where I was getting to, because, like I said, people would look at a lion or a tiger, or whatever, and think claws, fangs, you know, bit of speed. That makes the
I
perfect
think
predator.
50
But
caliber.
no, it's the thought that makes the predator. It's the thinking. It's all to do with the mind.
That's
Yeah,
what I was thinking too, London. Like a mindset set, yeah.
innovation. Is your spear long enough? Are you high enough in the tree? Do you have a 50 caliber? Did you
Look,
set that trap with enough spikes at the bottom of it that it's
You
going
fix
to
your gun in
kill
the
that
jam.
animal?
but that's no. But I know what you're saying, right? But this is where I would distance myself from that, because I'm trying to think above that physicality stuff, like, you know, harmfulness, have to kill something to eat something, have to stay alive. I'm trying to think above that. You understand?
Above,
That's
you see it in levels.
Say that again.
You see it in levels.
What would happen? I just want to know if you had to like, if say you had to hunt to get food. That was your only option. You wouldn't hunt and eat a squirrel or a rabbit. I
Yeah,
would.
no, but Chuck, that is a different game. You're saying if I had to do that, you're not giving me an
Yeah.
option. I'm not gonna starve myself to death. Obviously, I
Yeah.
might
What
have
if
to
they
do
decide to
something.
starve you?
You have an
Then so
option now, but I'm just saying, yeah, if you didn't have an option.
And that's
if I didn't
coming
have an
real
option, times will
soon.
be different. Times will be different, I suppose. But when we got an option, then we should be thinking much different than a predator or a prey.
You should know your enemy. You should study your enemy
The
because
I
you're
enemy is
like
sounding
yourself.
like you're a potential victim.
The,
You
the
sound
enemy is
like
yourself.
prey.
The enemy is yourself.
Well, when they cut your food supply off and your internet access goes down and there's no income coming in to feed your children, the predator you will finally come out.
No, I don't think it's the predator. I just think it's the wisdom, knowing what to do,
the
knowing how
You
to
will
survival.
put
survive.
predatorial skills to use or you will die.
Yeah,
You will be somebody else's prey.
who? Another humans?
Probably. If
That's what I'm saying. 'Cause
history is any example of how we work in famine situations and situations where there is no food, once you get past the rats, the dogs, and the birds, you start chomping on your fellow man. And you can wait around to grow a garden, but your neighbor may be more hungry than the speed that it takes to grow that garden. So good luck with that.
yeah, that's
Hell,
why
He's
your
you
all
neighbor may have a
got
gun and just decide that he's hungry that morning and he's tired of starving and he sees you as a morsel. Or maybe you're just in the fucking way of the elites and they're absolutely sick of dealing with our inadequacies and they wipe us all out for their benefit and they carry on without us because they can do that too. And there's nothing you can do about it. That's
exactly.
reality.
That's why you got to be ready. Like, store up some food. Like, okay, look, check this out. Like what you're talking about, right? What if these people was really out here, doing what they're doing, poisoning the people, doing this, doing that? So it comes to a point now, right, where are you just gonna really start going out there and killing animals or killing whatever lives just to survive, or would you start to plant stuff? Start from early is what I'm trying to say. If we can go out and start killing things, hunting things, we can also spend time to plant stuff, right, just for the future.
Do you know
Right, we
what
can plant
poisons
stuff.
are? Aerial poisons, atmospheric poisons. Do you know what cyanide gas is? Do you know what sarin gas is? Do you know what Agent Orange is? Do you know that we just went through a biological warfare with a respiratory disease that was launched and invented on us? That they not only used the cure to kill, but used the disease itself to kill. So you can have a stockpile of as much ammunition and food as you want. But the fact is, if you're exposed to any of these things, whether it be sarin gas or a virus, it was then null and vain. You might as well have jumped off a fucking cliff. You would have died a better death.
So all those animals that we'll be hunting, don't you think they'll be laced with all these poisons as well?
Yes. That's why I don't expect for man to surpass and survive this with any dignity. We're not headed down that road. That's why I'm not a nice person, because I know how hostile this prison place is. Because God or the creator or whatever there is out there has taken the worst of the worst and dumped them here. And not only did he dump them here to coexist with each other, he imprisoned them here. And that's the designer of the construct that you live in. Calling God the great mathematician, the is, the all, that which is beyond your conceivable mind that brought all this into fruition, you know, whatever you want to call it. There is.
I can't call it anything because I don't know what it is.
Right, but man knows what he can do with what it created. He can create sarin gas. He can create biologically mutated diseases with developmental properties, SNRA. He can pulse you with a frequency and do this from a plane and cover miles of ground, slaughtering people silently. They can use an H bomb and completely annihilate a city of all of its inhabitants, but everything else remains intact. It's human nature, man. And you can pray, hope, and cross your fingers all you want that it doesn't happen in your lifetime. And it may not. But I'm seeing indications of it in everybody I meet and everybody I encounter. And if I'm going to be a victim, then at least I'd like to die for something more than the dream of peace. Because I know it's not happening. Not with all this garbage that's been dumped on this planet, from the energy to the spiritual to the physical to the what do they call it, principalities, the lineages of histories of all of the scourge from the heavens being dumped into earth, onto earth, about the earth, you know, and we're just a reflection of it. That's why we're here. We're a scourge. We're a disease amongst the divine. We're a flaw. That's why you're on a prison planet, whether it be flat, round, square, or triangle, and you're confined here. Otherwise, you would be the programmer outside of the computer running the program.
The thing, we can't say we're confined. We haven't even been to this whole realm, right? What if we're supposed to be confined? What if we're supposed to be confined as quote unquote humans? Because you know we are some type of parasite infection itself. What if we're supposed to be in this prison? Because our mind's too dangerous anyway.
Absolutely, our nature is too dangerous. Our mind can be conditioned. You can brainwash and condition a mind. It's our nature that makes us a threat to the divine. That's what brings us out of harmony with that which self-perpetuates life. It's our disposition, our nature. We are by nature savages. We are by nature dangerous. And you can condition yourself to love and see only love and try to experience only love. But believe me, you're only alive because somebody has allowed you to live.
Someone allowed me. I don't know. Well,
your parents, the government, law enforcement, you're subjected to death 24 hours a day. Even if somebody was to have you swatted and they come in and just started opening fire on your ass because you moved the wrong way, it's a potential. What if the elites decided that they lost everything that they thought they had control of, and they just go ahead and, you know, alchemize this all into a state of death with whatever chemical they choose to spray on it? They already did it with a biological warfare here recently. Are you immune to all that? Because they done used it once.
I haven't come in contact with these things. I don't know what I'm immune to be honest. I mean, look, everyone's saying they're spraying chemicals in the sky. They're doing this, they're doing that. but then at the same time, we're still gladly indulging in the poisons that they give us a
You
choice
are.
to take.
You are. You're indulging in them.
Yeah, I am. I ain't gonna
Okay.
lie, but most of us are. Most
Right.
of us are.
Many are,
Yeah.
because it's hard. You can't escape it. It's everywhere. No matter where you go, it's everywhere. And that's like I say,
That
you're gonna, what's
now you're thinking. That's the
yeah, it's
point.
everywhere.
Why were
Yeah.
you arguing against what I was saying when you agree completely with what I was just saying?
No, I
Were
wasn't
you
arguing,
arguing
Access.
for or
I wanted to.
disputing?
No, I was trying to feel out where you were coming from. That's all I was doing. I wasn't disputing nothing. I like listening to you, Access. I think you have a lot of knowledge and stuff to share. It's just sometimes I want to ask people questions just to see where the thought
No, that's
process
fine.
is coming
Yeah.
from. Yeah, that's all. No big deal. Yeah.
Yeah, and in London's case, London, I'm sorry, man, but I see you as a as prey. I see you as a victim, just because of your own illusion of hopes, desires, and safety. When I've
Okay.
just watched an entire what do you call it, realm be attacked with a biological disease and attacked with the cure to that biological disease, and the millions that stepped up and willingly accepted death freely. They were just asked to do it after being attacked by a biological weapon, which took out a bunch of people. Not to mention, the ventilator death. And now we have sudden death syndrome. We have blood clotting, heart attacks, and various other wonderful effects that seem to have come along since that particular incident. So I'm glad you feel safe, man. More power to you, brother.
Yeah, I feel hella safe. I feel hella safe. I feel hella safe. For when my children are in front of me and I know what's going on, at this moment in time, I feel safe. But I know as a whole, humanity is not safe.
No one's safe. Quit fooling yourself, man.
No,
All it takes is you
well,
to
I'm
walk
safe.
out and
I'm safe.
introduce yourself to a situation where, let's say you walk out and there's a couple of radical hijab, what do they call that? A holy war kind of thing with their culture. And suddenly they want your kids and they kill you and they take your kids, which is an English problem at this point in time because they outpopulate you. You
Are
don't
you
see
not
that
safe?
as a
Are you
potential
safe?
danger?
Are you safe or
No,
not?
fuck no.
So are you
Hell
prey as well? Are
no.
you prey? Are you prey?
I told you I was both prey and predator.
Both
Yeah,
prey and predator.
absolutely. Yes. Can I be killed off easily by the government or by my neighbor or by a random radical group of people or a biological disease? You're damn right I can at any point in time. I recognize this.
I'm
But
everything, man.
but can I defend myself against it and create offensive weapons against it for my innovative survival? Yeah, I'm going to try. And if I see anything in my way, I'm going to remove that obstacle. And if I'm hungry enough, hell, I may eat you. Depends on how hungry I get
See,
and your availability.
even if we take it right back, right, to the garden, let's go back to the garden, right? When, quote unquote, the garden, right? Quotes, we put that in quotes because it's just a figure of speech. But when do you think, humans started hunting these animals? Do you think it was due to this thing where they talk about, Eve eating the apple, quote unquote, or do you think it was man getting manipulated?
I wasn't there, so I can't say. I can only observe the results of the here and now and know the state of the here and now. What started all this, I'm sure, was an equation that took off and started advancing itself and became a larger equation and a larger equation and started encompassing more numbers. But as of right now, I only know my current situation and my relevant surroundings. And yeah, I am completely vulnerable to many forms of demise at other people's hands. But they are also subject to the same.
I tell you this, me personally, I think all right, let's put it this way. If there was a time, right, I was in the garden and we was living besides the animals, eating fruits and these things, right, for it to take a drastic change, right, I think that's when evil came knocking at the door.
Evil was here
Right?
before the garden because it introduced itself into the garden.
When
Evil
blood got
came
spilled.
into the garden. God allowed evil in the garden.
Well, that's what I'm
Or
trying to say.
otherwise,
It came, that's what I'm saying. It came into the garden, but before it wasn't in the garden.
Sure it was.
Swear,
Have you not
who was
read the
eating each
biblical
other?
text on that? If we're going to talk hypothetical, let's talk reality hypothetical in the written word. The serpent was in the garden just freely as Adam and Eve roamed freely in the garden. As a matter of fact, the serpent was beautiful and wise amongst the inhabitants of the garden.
Adam and Eve
already
wasn't the first
there.
people. That's a people mistake. They weren't the first two people. There was already existence there. The divine.
The Naga were there. The pre-dawn age of man, before this genetic development of what we are as a manipulated species now. And that's proven through genetics. But I can't speak for them because I wasn't there. But according to written text, God let the evil into the garden, or otherwise it wouldn't have been there. It was his garden. We were just
Whoever let it
attendants.
in the garden, whoever let it in the garden. I'm not even talking about who let it in the garden. I'm just talking about it coming to the garden.
It had free reign to be in the garden. Read
I
the
don't think
text.
you understand what I'm saying. I'm not. Listen, I think you're missing the point. What I'm trying to make, right? It's like me saying, all right, I'm raising my children to be vegetarians or vegans, right? They're in the garden state, right? They're in the garden state now. For them to get introduced to something else, meats or whatever, the bloods, by another form of authority, right? Saying, hey, this is the way to live. You need to eat this for protein. You need to eat that. That's a type of an evilness that's been, put into my children now. Like they wasn't in
it
that
could
mind
be.
state.
I don't know. I wasn't there, and I didn't tell you or your kids their choice of diet.
No, I know
I
you
know
wasn't.
what my choice
You
of
don't have
diet.
access. You don't have to be there. You don't have to be there to know what's happening. You don't have to be in a room for someone to be talking your name to know the outcome, right? You just got to kind of put yourself in that mindset and think, okay, 1 + 1 = 2.
And you're expecting me to add all those variables in. 2 trees, a deity, 2 created beings, and an interloper, which has been invited into the garden as the adversary, and come up with one rational equation that fits that whole scenario, that comes to the final conclusion of this moment in time, throughout time and memoriam, that we are meat eaters, we are savages, and we are killers, only proves the point that by nature, I don't even think the introduction of the snake was necessary. I think we were flawed from the genetic start. I think that the serpent just took advantage of a weakness that he saw in the creation of our species. And I think it's perpetuated itself over the years to the point now where meat is food.
The serpent kind of like activated the ego.
Of course, it was all, even God was arrogant in the creation. What an arrogant thing to do. Create a garden, put the tree of life, put the tree of good and evil, throw a deceptive serpent in there that's wise and beautiful amongst all beasts, and then put 2 innocent souls that were just created and tell them no. when they don't have the learned experience, they're blind to their own nakedness.
I always looked at it like this.
That's sick.
To ask the creators for anything is wild because we already have life. Whoever created this perpetual cycle of life is enough. That's sacred in itself.
And the
Why
fact
would
that
people put all these problems on the creator? Like, fix this, and I want this, and I need this. It always bugged me out.
this is a containment for the exiled and the unwanted. This is a prison for the unacceptable amongst the divine. That's why we're here. And whether we eat meat or veggies or whatever doesn't change the fact of our nature. You may not want to eat meat. You may see that as wrong. But as for me, I'll cut a fucking fish up. I'll skin a rabbit. I'll skin a fucking squirrel. I'll bring down a deer and quarter that son of a bitch if I got a freezer or enough mud to pack it in. That's my nature. It may not be yours, but it is mine.
Exactly, but you also got to remember, right? Consume these cool. Consuming these type of things, right? They're known to, shorten your lifespan. So all the things that okay, say no more.
Is it the meat or is it what's being put in the meat?
No. The lifespan. We'll talk about lifespan. Every time you get in a vehicle, you're running on the risk that could be your last ride. A heart attack could happen. You could be the healthiest motherfucker in exercise. Your diet may change your chemical compounds in your body to make you a little more aggressive, and it may shorten your life, but you're not real in the first place, man. If you were real, then you could take swords into dreams and you could pull money out of dreams. You wouldn't be brought into this world naked and with nothing in your hands, and you wouldn't leave this world empty-handed. But you do. This is a temporary passage for the observer, the conscious observer, spirit, or whatever you want to call it. And it's a temporary phase. To get attached to this place and feel connected to the point where you want to reside here for any prolonged period of time means that you deserve your place among the exiled, because I don't find peace here. I only see the exiled, the damned, and the condemned.
Yeah, I think you're just missing the point what I was trying to make, right, with the lifespan stuff, right? I'm talking about on a whole, right, with the stuff that we ingest. Well, not I don't eat it, but the folks would ingest, right? These things is known to, kill people, shorten their lifespan, right? Now, if you got families and you're eating this type of stuff, it's gonna shorten your lifespan. You probably die before your child gets a certain age, right? Knowing full well that you're putting a sentence on yourself.
Well,
and because listen, this is what I've realized something. Some of the people that hasn't really got like a young family now, when everyone's more grown and adults, it's take care of yourself type of mode now. Like they don't really see eye to eye with the fathers or the mothers like who's got young families.
Right, exactly.
Okay, let me clarify this for you on a timeline. We have just recently, even though we eat and subject ourselves to all this poison, reached the potential to live up to 100 and 100 plus years. Just a few hundred years ago, our life expectancy was to be about 40 years. So what are you going to tell those people who were eating healthy out of their gardens and were eating chicken eggs and chickens that were only living to be 40 years old, as opposed to us who are ingesting poisons living to be 80 and 90 years old? Your logic makes no sense.
It was the other way around. The ancestors were living longer.
No. I'm talking just a few hundred years ago.
Yeah, the ancestors.
But just a few hundred years ago, Charles, the life expectancy during the Middle Ages was about 40 years old.
Yeah, see, but see, hold on. See, this is the thing now. You're referring back to their dates to try and prove your point, right? When we full know well, it's a big fucking Truman show with their dates and all this stuff. That's why when we start doing that, I just say, you know what, I'm bowing out, because if we're talking the real shit now, you want to go back to their dates to try and prove a point when we don't even fuck with their dates and their chronological shit.
Well, let's go with third world countries then.
That's
Their
why
life
what
expectancy is
powerful.
only about 40 years. And that's today. That's in today's standards. So us who are eating poisons and this disgusting diet, being subjected to all these diverse chemicals, holding on to our everlasting dream of life, just across the way, people are dying at 40 years old.
Yeah, bro, they're getting died by bombs and wars and shit. It's not because of their diet.
No. It's malnutrition.
Yeah.
And hunger, famine, environmental.
Starvation. Yeah, that's starvation. They're getting.
It
Come
has
on,
nothing to do with war.
We see all these adverts that they throw up on the screens. Send this child this much. They're starving.
Oh,
they need your.
that's propaganda, man. I don't deal with that. You know, you can show me a skinny naked child, but whenever I walk down the street and I see a hungry
it's all
child,
the same thing. It's all the same thing. They're dying of this. They're dying of that. Your money could help them.
Talking about those commercials, London.
It's all the same thing.
Donate 40 cents a day. Those.
Yeah.
I remember that when I was a child, man. They're still asking for how those people starving still, right? It is propaganda. They're scamming.
but I bet you can't remember the name of the child that they presented. His name was Bossy Deb. That was the first child that they introduced for you to support with your small donation of, I think it's 35 cents a day.
What was his name? Say it again.
Bossy Deb.
Never heard of that.
What is that? Yeah, I'm looking for symbology over here.
Just look at some of the first poster kids for starvation. You'll find Bossy Deb, because there was a lot of research done on whatever happened to Bossy Deb, and did he ever get that money? Did he ever get fed, and did that bloated stomach ever go away?
Right.
This would have been the late 80s, going into the 90s.
That's them putting their psyop into play. That's all they're doing. They're testing the waters. They're putting their first, how would you call it? Putting their first,
like their feelers out there. Putting their feelers out there.
Putting the feelers out there.
Yeah. How are we gonna react? Yep.
How are they gonna react when we show them this? Let's give it a go, guys.
Yeah.
I'd rather give food to my hungry neighbor until
I was just about to say
food
that.
and I have to eat.
Yeah.
And then I have to eat my neighbor. And me and Charles have had personal enough experience to know that if I saw a man hungry, I would feed him.
That's fact.
Hold on. I think I missed something. Start that phrase again. What did you
I
say?
said Charles can testify
Uh-huh.
that if I saw a man hungry enough, I would feed him. Is that not true, Charles?
If you saw, did you say if you saw someone hungry and you eat them? Sorry, I think my fucking headphones are a bit muffled,
I
bro.
guess, dude, because you ain't making sense.
No, I thought I heard you say eat them too, Access. So yeah, I thought you say eat them too.
Calm down. It's not that deep, bro. I'm making perfect sense up here, bro. Don't try and do me like that. I'm not making
them. I said for the third time, I would rather feed a localized individual, and I will do that. Charles can testify to that. I will feed a hungry man.
Yeah, so would I. So would I.
Jesus fucking Christ, take your fucking creation and shove it up your ass, man. I would rather feed locally until I have to feed on the locals.
I know, I couldn't understand you, Access, that's all.
I don't give a shit. No one understands.
For a minute, it sounded like you said you would feed
Calm
him.
down, Access.
I've been questioned and put against the
Steven
wall.
virus. I think you got a touch with the Steven virus.
No.
Calm down,
I've been
calm
questioned. I've been questioned and put against the wall abused and attacked since I got on this channel. Okay? And I'm telling you, I do
Not
both
by us.
good and evil. I follow natural law. Yeah, you did. You questioned my motive. You questioned
Access,
my
we just
intent.
went through this a minute ago. I was
Yeah.
just I wanted to
Right.
Yeah,
understand you.
he's not thinking. He ain't
That's
making sense.
all.
That's what it is.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand you. Believe me, I want to see. My thing is, I like to understand everyone's point of view. I like to understand people's personal experiences, what makes people think that way. I don't mean any harm to anyone about it. I was just
Well,
trying to feel you, and I've said this to you 3 times already, though. That's the
right.
thing,
And you come,
Yeah,
when you come
that's
up
all.
here,
I'm
you come up
asking.
here,
That's all.
when you come up here, whenever I was engaging in a display because I had been abused. And since then, I have been questioned for my intent. I have been questioned for my observations. I have been questioned for what state I would take in different situations. I'm irrelevant to all that. I know what I would do. I would do both good and evil. And yeah, I'll feed my neighbor until I have to eat him. That's the reality of me. And if you piss me off, I'm going to bite you. That's the reality of me. All my philosophies, unless you want to follow them, are really unimportant. It's just noise that you're feeding on to take a measure of me. You can't measure me because I'm liable to change on you in a hair second. So don't pigeonhole me as being something that you think you can identify when I can be just as evil as I can good at any point in time that I choose to. I'm that free. Are you?
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna change up the topic real quick because I don't want you to think we're coming at you in no way or it's just putting you in the hot seat. So let me just ask Chuck, has he got anything on the eyes for me and the realm?
I mean, I haven't looked too much. I've been looking into energy a lot lately. Into the
You
light.
looking at the what? Say that again.
Hold on. Oh, these headphones suck. Hold on.
She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes. She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes.
Okay.
I was saying that I had sucky headphone, Bluetooth headphones, but I had to go somewhere. But I haven't looked too much into the more into like I can't find that much on the eyeball, but I am looking into the the concept of it being the eye in the center part where the light and energy, like a portal in the center, where the center of the eyeball would be, like the North Pole, the Boreal, whatever. That's where I'm at right now. Figuring out how these vortexes of energy work, sound, and how fast sound and light travel and that type of stuff. Dang.
Okay.
Good fucking shots.
He was shooting. What's that? Who shot?
That was a cheap car that backshot it on the highway.
Okay. Okay. Interesting.
About to say, oh no, duck. Wow. Right?
Why? Have you found anything new?
Yeah. I've showed a few new things at the rebuttal bar the other day. New things, a few things that showed me. But I've been also thinking about the Plato's cave as well. I wanted to look into that as well because I think there's some gems within that.
People say, or not people, it says when you look up the word or they said it said that the Bible and esoteric knowledge is allegorical,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I looked up what allegorical means. It means it's like spoken a code, or it synchronizes. It's like a story spoken in code, man. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
I like esoteric knowledge and the allegorical stuff. You start breaking it down.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
And what were you saying about the cave? What was that again? The what?
One of Plato theory. He
Plato
reckons that.
theory.
Yeah.
I don't know why I thought of the Book of Homer or the Odyssey of Homer.
No, it's a shadow allegory is what I believe he's referring to. And the guys being in the cave only being able to interpret the shadow, and the real being outside of the cave, and what you observe is only the shadow of the real, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, see, I like the shadow part what you said there, because when they when they've been showing me this particular crater, right, quote unquote, on Mars, they always mention the shadow about this about this cave. They don't even call it a crater, they call it a cave. That's what caught my attention. They call it a cave. And this particular one is the first one I've ever heard them call a cave. Everything else was a crater, but this was a cave. And he mentioned the shadow on it as well. So that caught my attention. But when they spoke about the cave, I remembered Plato was talking about a cave.
Yeah,
Right, so
just an allegory of how we perceive reality is what he was trying to relate to people. But as usual, people try to overanalyze the simplicity of what he was actually saying.
So I've got some work to do with Plato. Okay. Shadows, interesting. Shadows.
It's like three blind men approaching an elephant, and each of them touching a different part of the elephant, describing the animal they're touching. That's another allegory. Each are going to describe the tusk as something different. One blind man says.
Mm-hmm.
The leg feels like something different. One blind man says. And the tail feels like something different. One blind man says. And they argue endlessly to the end of time over what animal that they were touching and what it felt like. That's the same with the allegory of the cave.
Okay.
It's interpretation and perspective and how you perceive it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why people hate the concept and why we went on the spiel of predator and prey. People don't like when their reality is disrupted because they solidify. Well, that's great. Because once they become accustomed to a certain type of reality, when you disrupt that, it disrupts the peace and sanctity that they have based themselves on. And when you disrupt that, you've disrupted the core of the human itself. So once the blind men are set free from the cave and they realize that all they've been looking at is the shadow of reality, how do you think they're going to feel? When the blind men are able to open their eyes and see, how do you think they're going to really feel? Stupid.
It's why you gotta just accept the fact that life is constantly changing and be prepared at any moment for anything.
Well, I
accept
mean,
your position.
I don't think they would feel. I don't think someone should feel stupid by not knowing what was really in front of them all this time.
I have. I've been introduced to the obvious and felt really stupid for not seeing it. Just because I felt that I should be more aware of my environment than to fall into something as stupid as maybe a laden trap by a female. Just because I surrendered my heart to her, she laid a trap down. I was too stupid to see it because I was blinded by my own illusion. And after it was over with, I thought, What a fucking dumbass I was for falling into that shit.
All right. So are you saying that you're still stupid?
To a lot of things, yes.
No,
Yes.
see, I don't think you're stupid. You're just unaware. We're unaware. That's all. We're not
Unaware,
stupid.
stupid,
Nah,
blind
I wouldn't
to,
say you're stupid.
uninformed.
I wouldn't say you're
You're
stupid.
a
There's many
fine.
things, but you're not stupid.
I would
You're
say hard on yourself, Axis. I would say I think you're a little hard on yourself, you
because
know,
I
because
expect more out of me.
yeah, oh yeah. Okay, so you have you have an expectation on you. Okay,
Damn
yeah,
right, I set a very high
I
standard for
get that.
myself.
I do that too. I do that
I'm not
too.
gonna.
So I understand.
Why would I want to be common? Why would I want to be average when I can succeed that? And the only way I can succeed that is through discipline, work, knowledge, education, um, being able to see the forest for the trees and the tree for the forest. I mean, these are things and skills that I hone in on cerebrally. That's not talking just the physical nature of the way I used to conduct myself. Fuck, living as a nomad for 3 years, that takes some, a considerable amount of perseverance and endeavoring. And I set very high standards for myself, even out on the road when I was traveling coast to coast. I still set those same standards for myself cerebrally on the metaverse. I'm not going to settle for common. I'm better than that to me, not to anyone else. To me, I expect higher.
Yeah, I can see that. I could see that because I was the same way for a long time, but then I started to dig deep into my expectations and how high I was setting them, and I was struggling with it. Like for me, and like you say, for you, this was for me. I realized because I wasn't meeting them, I was becoming hard on myself, and I was getting very negative and down. And I was like, wait a minute, you're setting them a little bit too high. Let's just
Yeah, that's
knock
the
it down
problem.
a level.
That's
This
it.
way, this way, when I actually do accomplish something,
Mm.
even if it's something small, I can be like, yay. And then it's just like a step, it's like a journey. To maybe step it up a little more. But I was overwhelming myself. So I understand what you mean. Because I can set them very high for me and be like, oh man, I didn't meet that. But then it was messing me up, for me.
But I
So
mean, what is high? We've got to be realistic, right? We set goals that we know is possible, right? So we don't kill ourselves at the end of the day.
Well,
yeah.
And when if we're gonna start, setting targets like, I'm gonna build a rocket ship, and knowing full well
I'm
you can't build a
under,
rocket ship.
sorry, London, I'm under 9 hours of medical care right now, and they're wanting to amp it up to 24 hours full time medical care. In my mind and my body, I'm fighting to get back out on the road. I want back in my vehicle, I want back in my camper, and I want to start traveling again. So as they're persevering to give me 24-hour medical treatment, I'm persevering to get back in my fucking truck and start getting in my backyard, which is the United States of America. That's my home.
I see. Yeah.
That's my
So,
backyard.
yeah. Yeah. And that isn't even so high, that's just basic, want to just get back to your life. Yeah. Yeah. I can see that.
And that will require me to be a predator, to hunt and feed myself out there. That will require me to be able to take care of myself, defend myself. That will require me to be able to be cognizant, aware. And right now, I'm fighting the system to keep myself out of 24-hour medical care. So, yeah, I got a little bit of an issue that I'm struggling with. So I set my goals a little higher than most.
That's it.
Yeah, that's understandable because, you know, everyone's got their thing they want to meet and what they want to do in their life. And yeah, that's
Hey,
natural, you know?
as long as you got goals, right? That's what matters at the end of the day. As long as you're trying to achieve something, I suppose.
And at this point in time, the extent of my social interactions and my endeavors have been confined to the hostile metaverse. And when I mean hostile metaverse, it's a hostile metaverse. So I have to conduct myself accordingly. No different than I would if I was on the road out in the wild or in the middle of the woods or the heart of the city. I use the same procedure, the same etiquette, and the same natural law. Just because it's digital doesn't mean that it isn't a parable of being out there as a nomad or living in the wild or surviving in the heart of the city.
Hey, you know what it is though? My thing is this, right? Then I'll jump off this subject. It's like, just imagine if, right, I'm supposed to be out in the wild, you know, making that connection with animals, right? Trying to get it back to the quote unquote garden, right? And then that's me doing my part. But then on the other hand, you've got hunters, right? It's coming over to the place and they're hunting it up. Now, animals that they're hunting, I'm supposed to be building a bond with them. But then you got people that look like me that's hunting them. So now they're fearing me. And I'm not even the hunter. You see how the ecosystem gets effed up. Now imagine that in humanity.
Well, that's why we're here, London. We're contained for a reason, man. It's the nature of a human. It's our need to be divine, our desire to survive.
Mic
Take
check.
on personally with intent and sometimes just instinctively that defies the will of the universe. And if you're going to defy the wills of the universe, expect to be exiled from it.
So I mean, okay, in that case, all right, in that case, who should be exiled? The hunter or the gatherer?
Anyone that goes against the natural laws of perpetual life-sustaining movement. A tree that drops fruit and grows new trees to produce more fruit, well, that's self-sustaining. It's in balance. It's in harmony. But a weed that comes in and smothers out a strawberry patch, well, that's
But hold
intrusive.
on, that's what I'm saying. If you're hunting the animals that's supposed to be eating these fruits, right, and pooping them out, right, they're not that part of the bargain is not going to be fulfilled because you've removed that from the ecosystem. That deer or whatever could have walked over to like Canada, planted a tree by shitting there, and that could have fed somebody over there. But you stopped that from
Welcome to
doing
the
that.
nature of man. That's why we're here, London.
That's why we're here.
Yes, because we are out of balance. We are not in harmony with shit, not even ourselves. Make sure of that by disrupting us with frequency signals, entertainment, gadgets, toys, tools, whatever. We weren't in balance at all from the moment we first manipulated and developed that first technology. And from there, it's been downhill ever since.
Oh, sorry.
Let me just quickly say this because I can see Bex over here in the chat. I'm not saying the person's worth is defined by their diet. It's all about the mindset. It's all to me personally. I think it's all about the mindset. If I can stand there butchering something, right, instead of picking something, right, instead of picking something from a tree and eating it, I don't understand that. That is two different mindsets. That,
Well,
in
no
my
one
opinion,
said, look, man, you're in a planet or on a plane or a realm that is filled with exiles that are not in harmony with the universe. Because we have free will, we choose not to be in harmony with the universe. Because we develop technology, we fall out of harmony. So you're either destined to follow technology to its fatal end or its inevitable persistence, or you can die with nature. But the fact is that you can't have both. They are out of balance with each other.
and once again, it's the mindset that creates the technology.
It's
So that's why
innovation.
that is why I question the mindset, not about the diet or the you know, the person's health. The person's health does come into play, but it's about the mindset, because even the health is the mind.
Yeah, I choose to survive at the moment, at whatever cost, whether it's eating my neighbor, eating a rabbit, fishing, a berry, a fruit, whatever I have to do to sustain my health and my strength to persevere into my endeavors, I will do. That is my nature, is to survive. And it's not always in balance. Sometimes it goes to a predatorial extreme of innovation.
Like I said, it's for me, it's not me really questioning people's diets. It's just me questioning people's mindset, really. I mean, who knows? I could even be eating fruits, the wrong type of fruits, right? But it's my intentions that I know, you know, earth food is probably better for me than eating, you know, meat and blood and these things, like, you know, like a vampire type of style. Like, that's what I see when I see that.
Isn't that personal choice and decision? And shouldn't that be your personal choice and decision and not implied on anybody else?
Well, no,
Do
not
what's right
really.
for you.
Not well, check this out. Check this out, right? Because my children, right,
Hmm.
when they was growing up, I made them get on a vegetarian diet from early. I wasn't feeding them meat, so I'm
Okay. You
conditioning
were
them,
conditioning them.
right?
Yeah.
I was conditioning them, right, to, you know, put vegetables and earth food in your stomach. So when they get to a certain age now, it's up to them if they want to do that, right? If they want to change their mindset. But I was nurturing them on food from the earth, right? Not food that is supposed to be making the earth go around, but food on the earth, from the earth, if you understand the earth food, right? So I feel like I was putting goodness into them, right? It's up to them now when they get to a certain age if they want to stop putting goodness in them, if they want to go around and putting blood and meat and these type of things in them. It's up to them. I'm not going to force them because they're grown-ups now, but I've done my part. Hopefully that mindset will still stay with them.
And that's,
I was gonna say, yeah, real quick access. I was gonna say before you said that, London, a lot of how you were raised and stuff. Like I was raised, like that's why I relate to what Access says. We hunt, we fished. When I was just a little girl, my dad and his brothers, they hunted. We're in Florida, lived in the country. We were shown, hey, what's for dinner? Look at that boar hanging on that tree after they skinned it. So it was like we were already terrorized as a little kid. I remember being like, "Oh, I ain't eating that." Where's the and I would go to another meat because chicken nuggets, macaroni and cheese, something because again, the programming. I wasn't in the middleman getting it, but to actually hang that meat in front of me already terrorized me. So I already grew up eating meat and eating meat. But now as time goes on and my body's changing, I go back into the mode, well, what if I don't have to eat the meat, you know? Because now I'm aware of the energy and all that. But again, if I'm out, if let's say I'm homeless or I'm, you know, living like Axis is, and I have to survive at the moment, my instinct already, because I already know how to hunt and fish and all that, would be find the nearest food. I don't care if it's a plant, an animal, a fish, a squirrel, because for me, I would go into survival mode. Yes, I would prefer to find, you know, a plant, a fruit, but that might not be feasible at the moment. You know, you're trying to survive. So I get it all the way around, you know?
And I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes practical sense to me.
Yeah, it does. It does. I'm aware some people's not able to, you know, even eat the earth food because even that takes time, and you know, most parents ain't got time on their hand. You know, so I'm aware that, you know, it's more efficient just to cook something up, fry it, you know, feed the family. I used to eat the meat. My mum used to feed that to me. You understand? But it's until I left the nest, went through a few things, and just, you know, decided to, all right, let me change my mindset. And that was it.
Me, I'm just an omnivore, you know? And that's the reality of it.
There you go. Yeah, see, my body's actually starting to reject meat now. Because it's going through such a transformation that it's hard for me to even keep meat down. And I don't know if because I'm aware of what I know now or my body's actually doing it, I will throw it up and I feel horrible after. So I'm over here like, I just took in that energy. It's meat. I can't even keep it down no more. So I am more on a level now where it's kind of like, you know, eggs and fruits and vegetables. And it feels better. And apparently my body's been lacking it for so long that it's so good to me now. It's as good as eating a pizza or a steak like I love, you know? So that's how I know my body's changing it. And it's saying, no more, you can't do this. You know? But get me out there on the street and I'm homeless and I'm done. I don't care what's around me. I'm going to eat, you know, to a certain extent. You know?
Kill and eat.
Yeah.
Survive, sustain until you've met your objective or your death, whichever one.
Unless you want to starve to death.
But you know, as well, even when you check it right on a logical scale, right? Like what we call apex animals, right? They're not really the apex. They're just the scavengers. They're hunter scavengers.
They'll take down the weakest of the herd just to reserve energy. I do know that.
Right. Yeah, that's a fact. That is a fact. Yes, they will do that. The weakest and the youngest. That's a fact, indeed. But like I said, if you check what the big beasts are, the real predators that don't even really do the killing, is like the elephants and the rhinos and these things. They need a whole herd to be fucking taken down, and sometimes it don't even work because they're the king. That's the real kings of the jungle. These other ones like lions and cheetahs, these are things that are scavengers. They're opportunists.
Let me tell you what I think the king of the jungle is. A silent, venomous snake that the elephant stood too close to.
Yeah, there you go. Even the smallest can be the king. Even the smallest can be the king. There you go.
It bites the elephant, it crawls off, elephant dies, and the snake still lives on. And if you run into a nest of venomous snake, let's hope you're not a herd.
All right, so I mean, like I said, that's just my mindset. You know, when I see the even down to the bear, when I see the bear just eating berries and these things, sometimes occasionally you see it hunt and kill a rodent or something, or a moose or whatever. But these things like the berries as well. Like even lions, they don't even eat fruits. They don't eat their greens. Right? They don't even
No, but
eat
there are lots of omnivore animals besides humans.
Damn.
You know, a dog, it's part omnivore. There are several species that are omnivore.
My bad, everyone. My headphones wouldn't turn on in the store, and I didn't want my speakerphone to be all loud. People don't know about double tasking.
Yeah, it sounds. Your audio sounds better than before.
Yeah, I gotta invest in new headphones. These ones are crap. Corded headphones, I think, in my opinion. I'm sure there's Bluetooth headphones that are really good, but I prefer cord.
Yeah, the cord's not supposed to be as bad for you. The Wi-Fi one's supposed to be bad on your hearing and your ears, from what I heard.
I heard bacon causes cancer and eggs will raise your cholesterol. You still eat them?
Say that again.
Yeah.
I say bullshit. That's what I said, London.
Yeah. He was saying that was bullshit. Yeah, I don't know. That's why I was saying I heard. I don't know.
They're both bad for you. And if you can't digest them, they're even worse for you.
What's that? What's bad for you? What did he say? I think I missed what he said was bad for you. What did he say? Ax, what did you say, Axel?
She said she heard that wireless headphones were worse than wired headphones for her. I said I heard that bacon is bad for you and eggs are bad for you. And then I said bullshit to all of it. Because if you can't digest it and you can't process it, it's bad for you. If it doesn't gain any protein or advantage to your stamina or your health, it's bad for you.
Yeah, ain't lying
Our
there.
environment is bad for us. So if you're worried about your earphones, why don't you just throw your fucking phone away?
Yeah, true.
I mean, come on.
Very true. Just something to bring up, that's all.
Yeah. I'll take a little bite from a dog, but not a big bite.
Big.
You know, it can nibble on me, but heaven forbid the some bitch bite me. It's all bullshit, man. And it's all about living. It's all about trying to sustain yourself in this false reality that we exist in. This construct and our need to anchor ourselves to it because of our fear of leaving it. Get past that. Die an honorable death. Eat what is sufficient. Survive the best way that you can, because your season is short and the human species is on a decline.
Yeah, we gotta go. When it's our time to go, we're gonna go.
Whether it's hit by a car, or nuked by a bomb, or catching a disease, or a plague, it's inevitable. And all you're doing is delaying the inevitable for the life experience that you've come to adjust yourself to. Let
But you
loose
see,
of
all these
this
things you
world.
just mentioned, right? You know that's all mankind, right? It's all man-made.
Of course it is. This whole fucking realm is based off of perversion of man's technology. It was a natural sustaining environment at one point in time, self-perpetuating. And then we introduced ourselves and our technology. And now it's completely out of balance. Now it's just a good place to exile shit and dump garbage and argue points of survival or intent or how protected you are from imminent danger that you're not protected from at all. It's all bullshit. You're just trying to sustain yourself as long as you can to enjoy what you can in this life until you die. That is your objective. That is the human objective.
So do you think it's possible for it to get back to a good state?
Yeah, after a good cataclysm, few good wars, and about a few thousand years of redevelopment of the surface of the earth so that all this is buried underneath and forgotten, and the course of the natural takes back over without the interference of man. Yeah, I think it's possible, but I don't see man in the equation. I see a new species, or maybe even a technological species that develops from this. But I don't see humans as we are today sustaining ourselves for even another 100 years. Not this way. That's reality. And no, no one's safe.
A new species. Now, wouldn't that be interesting?
Yeah, well, it's happened before. It'll happen again.
Yeah.
As much as I'm discarded for my words and despised for my observations, they're logic. And they have practicality to them because they fall in line with the natural law, even amongst the technology. It's you who will remove yourself from the state of natural law and surrender yourself over to the unnatural, just to sustain yourself a little bit longer, to fulfill that desire of life before you meet your demise. And what? You no longer get to experience this realm? You bitch about it 90% of the time anyhow. Why the fuck are you here if you're going to bitch about it? I say get in the ring of war. Survival of the fittest, man. Let's get in the jungle and do it. Or let's pussyfoot around it and try and squeeze out whatever little bit of enjoyment we can while we bitch 90% of the time on our way to death. You know how pathetic a species we are to even conduct ourselves in such a manner? And then we're opinionated. Even worse. And I'll go back to the snake. Do you think the fucking snake with venom in the woods concerns itself with its ego or its opinion? It knows two things: eat and protect, defend. And if its defense is to have to kill you, then so be it. That's its defense. But it knows it wants to survive, so it's going to eat. That's its nature. But I don't think it sits around and contemplates suicide or how much longer it's got left on this planet. I think that's the last of an animal's concern until it's met with imminent danger. Then for that moment, it realizes it's over. If it even sees it coming. Why people fear war, because they know there's going to be dead things. Lots and lots of dead things, especially humans. And God knows that each and every one of them want to hang on to life just a little bit longer so they can experience it just a little bit longer.
What
Nobody
is
wants
war? What really is war? No one even wars. Everyone's
killing each
in the
other.
coward thing. But that isn't war, that's just killing each other.
No, that's war.
When they
If
show us
I-
war, when they showed us war, right, it's when you can see the red coats and the blue coats are going at each other, right? The battling, the warring. We don't even see that. We just see people dropping bombs on each other from high altitudes and shit, planting bombs and running away and shit.
Yeah, that's war. Otherwise, it's a conflict. If no one dies, it's a conflict.
That ain't
If
war,
no one
man.
gets hurt,
It's a disagreement. If someone dies, then it's a sport. I'm sorry, a war.
That's just bullshit. That ain't no war, man.
That's reality, dude. If they drop a bomb on you and you die as a casualty of that bomb dropping, you were a victim of a war, whether you were involved or not.
That's just a
And it's
crime scene.
happening
That
right
ain't no
now.
war, man. That's just a crime scene.
Hey,
These things are just crime scenes. They ain't
welcome
wars.
to human nature. It's all a crime, dude.
But
Why do you
is that,
think that
see,
burp?
listen, that goes back to my point, what I was saying, you know, about killing things. It's a crime, really, isn't it? Whether it's a human or an animal.
But look at where you're at.
What
Look
do
at
you
your
mean?
condition and your circumstances. You are in a position right now where you can sit there and say these things. I've been in a position where I was hungry and had to kill what I was going to eat. That's what separates me from you. I've been shot, I've been stabbed, and I've been shot at. So I understand kinetics. Do you?
I've been stabbed, I haven't been shot. I've been shot at, but I
Well,
haven't been shot.
that was a private little war somebody waged on me. And they took it out on me with kinetics and with a blade at different times, not at the exact same time. There were two different incidents. But nonetheless, it was war, whether I wanted it or not. And I wasn't in a position to defend myself whenever, especially when I got stabbed. So that's just reality, man. And if I'm not going to surrender my martyrism in the middle of the woods when I know I'm surrounded by food. All I got to do is take it. Or in the heart
Yeah,
of the city.
different. If you're going there towards to live, then yeah, you're gonna do these things. But it's different
Well,
if
the
you're
heart of the
raised.
city is the same. You take
What
the
do you mean?
food out of the grocery stores
Mm.
and you stop deliveries to a city, and you're seeing it in New York right now. You can check it out. You can see it happening. People are starting to turn on themselves. And when the food's gone, they will start eating babies, dogs, rats, and each other.
Wow.
That's reality. Look at your history on castle sieges. They would feast on each other when they were imprisoned in a castle and their supplies and provisions ran out. And when
Where
they were
was it?
hurdling the dead bodies, Europe, when they were hurdling dead bodies that were diseased during the Mongolian reign into strongholds and fortresses, spreading famine and disease within the walls of the stronghold, the dead were eating the dead.
What? Wow.
Yeah.
I never
That was the
heard of
first.
that story.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
The Mongolian reign. Yeah, they were taking diseased dead bodies and catapulting them into the strongholds and fortresses so the disease would spread within the castle walls or the stronghold walls so that they could take the city and siege it without wasting much energy. And by the time it got so bad in there, people were coming out surrendering to the Mongol armies because the dead were eating the dead.
Oh.
Heaven forbid you give. Yeah,
Have to be me.
that's the ones that survived. The rest of them perished to the diseases of the dead bodies that were diseased that they were catapulting in the first place. Warfare,
But
man.
that's like the same analogy as, you know, someone
It's not an
eating.
analogy. That's a fact.
No, I'm saying I could use that as an analogy, as, you know, when someone would eat meat, because once you know, kill the thing, it's dead, right? And you know, if we're gonna use that mindset, the mind might as well be dead. So it's like dead eating dead.
Well, see, I come from a native heritage, okay? They used chemical warfare, well, biological warfare on the first well, one of the nations, my nation especially, the first 13 civilized tribes, to bring them to being the first 13 civilized tribes, they introduced disease and smallpox and starvation. They took our ability to hunt venison to get us through the winter because gardens don't grow in the snow, and we would stockpile to get us through the winter, and they would deplete us, and they would starve us, and eventually they marched us completely out of the territory to the Midwest, the Continental Divide. I mean, really? This is recent. And that was biological warfare, starvation, and suppression. That was complete domination, and they call it manifest destiny. Okay, that's fine. You defeated a people. What a really dangerous, powerful people you defeated that didn't have guns. You didn't defeat them, you slaughtered them. Talk to me about civilized then. Fuck, I don't know civilization. I don't know civilized. I haven't seen it.
I don't know. It seems like you don't know, man. I don't know. It seems like you doing your thing. Just keep doing your thing, because you, like you said, you're out in the wilderness, right? So I know it's not easy out there. I know it's not easy out there. But just, just survive, I suppose. Just keep doing you, man.
That's what I've been doing.
Mm.
I do that. That's my nature. That's why when I was questioned about my nature, why question my nature? It's my nature. Do you go out in the woods and question the nature of each animal that's going to eat you? Or do you just smack it on the head and see if it's going to eat you?
No, but that's the thing. I don't have to be in nature to not understand
No, I was making a metaphor towards what started all this.
Okay.
Some idiot come up and tried to abuse me. And they smacked the wrong motherfucker.
All right.
And now they started a chain reaction. And this chain reaction has led all the way to this point in time and moment. Isn't that insane?
Wow, yeah, I missed a lot still. I was working. I've been working
Yeah.
today.
Sorry for my absence. I had to feed my animal and do a few things, but I am back. Something
But
like the Terminator.
Kimba's been here since the beginning.
Good to have you back, Charles.
And she's got to witness from the beginning to this point. And I've stayed up with the development of the conversation from, when it originally I first popped on panel to this moment. And I've stayed relevant. I don't have to skip all over the place. I don't have to speculate because I know. And I know for me, not for you. But I can tell you it would be in your best interest if I was to be starving, not to make yourself available to be a victim to my hunger. That I can tell you. And I do have the venom to spit back. So careful what rattlesnake you flap on the metaverse.
See, hey, even that thought, like, I wouldn't want to be on an island with a person that I know would probably eat humans or eat meat. Like,
You gotta keep one eye open around Axis on an island. But at least he's honest. He's straight up. He don't bullshit. He tells you straight up.
Hungry. Yeah.
Let me run out of coconuts. Let me run out of coconuts and get hungry enough. Your leg is going to look pretty tasty, and pray that I just take your leg and bandage you up and dismember your hands and feed you so that you can't harm me again. Because I'll probably eat your hands too if I can skin them, salt them, and burn them. That's just survival.
Hey,
Once the coconuts are gone,
I just want to say, if I got caught on the island with Axis, now I know. While he's trying to gather food, I'm gonna be trying to make a boat to get the fuck out of there. No, I'm joking.
and the best way to catch a person is in their sleep. I mean, fuck.
Yeah.
Just cut you a reed fucking spear, hit them in the jugular, let them bleed out, skin their asses, bury what you can, salt preserve what you can, salt the meat,
Yeah.
and eat it, and pray to God that a ship comes by before you perish.
How do people starve on islands when there's fish everywhere?
Because there's no hooks and fishing line, unless you make a net. Now, if you make a net, you can stand a chance.
That's a good thing to keep with you in a survival bag, is a net, a fishing net, just in case there's no hook. I've seen people use nets, and you get a good amount of fish. It's a
That's
good
what.
point.
I'd rather just perish if I'm supposed to go. If we went out of this place, right? So am I trying to survive of another person, parasiting off someone, just to see more days in this hellhole? That's like a hell within hell itself.
That
This
tells
is
me you've never starved. That tells me you have never been to that point of hunger. That's what that says about you.
No, it's facts because I've always had family there. I've always had family there.
That's
So
right. You've been
I've never
sheltered,
experienced that.
You
protected,
never
and
went to
taken
sleep
care of.
starving?
I've never experienced that.
Well,
I
wait
have.
till you do, to the point where your friend is looking mighty tasty.
I went to sleep hungry, but not starving.
Oh, come on, man. Hungry? Hungry's
Yes,
something you do
yeah.
whenever you're waiting for your next meal. Starving
Went
is
to
when
sleep
you don't
hungry.
know that you're going to get your next meal.
Yeah, like I said, I've never experienced that. Never experienced that.
You should try it.
Even in jail,
different
I didn't
level.
experience that. Even in
Different
jail, I didn't
level.
experience that.
It's because you guys live in safety. Quit living in safety, man. Shed the
I don't
illusion.
I'm
I'm
no
not saying
ex.
you, Kim, but
Yeah.
you sound like you know, if you're skinning boar in Florida, you've ate some
Mhm.
good meat. And you've seen a good feast. And I'm sure you've been through hard times if you're skinning boar from a tree.
Yeah. Back in the day, yeah.
Even some gator.
I just can't see me wanting to eat a person anytime soon. But no, I get it, Access. That's
How
what
many?
I'm quick to tell people. I am quick to say you have to be in that scenario to know what you're gonna do.
Well,
You have to
you
be
look at the
there.
people that have
You know?
crashed on planes, and they've even, you know, people have crashed on planes, survived, and had to eat each other. The Donner Party, they had to eat each other. I mean, this is not an uncommon thing, you know?
I know. It's just, if you haven't been there yet, it's like, whoa. It's
So-
like, whoa, what, you know,
Yeah.
it's a big shock value, you know. That's why
I bet
it's
you
like,
we have all
you
eaten a person.
You take
know,
Bad
these
food or
civilized,
something. You never know.
you take these civilized people who are flying on a plane, suddenly they're crashed in a mountain, about 30 days go by, and they have to start eating each other. You have just watched a businessman go from civilized to primitive savage cannibal in 30
Yeah, I
days.
get that. It's the situation that they got put in. I fully understand those type of situations. That's
Like
like
in New York. Sorry.
that's like sorry, Chuck. Go on, Chuck.
No, I was just gonna say what I was saying. Like, you know, you could have went and got some steaks from a restaurant in New York City, and they done chopped up John Rancosano, and you got a thigh steak. You just didn't know it. You ate it. Who knows what they're chopping up in these? There's not enough cows to feed people, so somebody let me know what's in all these boigas and these Mickey D's and all that stuff. You never
Yeah,
know.
they've been doing that stuff. They tell
Yeah,
you
you're
they've been doing
eating.
that stuff.
Yeah, they put it right on there. You're eating byproducts, man. All you got to do is learn the lingo. Once you can read the lingo and understand and interpret what you're eating byproduct. And some of that may contain human. And that's suggested in the makeup of the food of McDonald's and various other places. You know, they allow for so much rat meat and shit to be, you know, in the vicinity of processing plants to meet FDA specs so that they can continue processing, which means that at some point in time, there's going to be a rat turd or a piece of a rat or a mouse or a bug, and it's going to be processed and sold at the
That's a fact.
market, and somebody's going to buy it.
That shit
That's
could be
reality.
propaganda.
The FDA allows leniency.
Just say no to McDonald's.
Hey, you know what's wild? I was watching something the other day. It's a true story. This Nigerian guy, right? He lived at home with his brother and his family, right? But he also had a friend that used to come by now and again. But this Nigerian guy, he also hunted like foxes, badgers, and all these type of things, and he used to bring it into the house. And his family used to be like, "Get out of the house! What are you doing? Get out of the house!" So he used to hide it in the house, like sneak it in the house. But sometimes they used to find fox with like maggots inside the head. He used to cut off parts of them, just leave them around in his bedroom, right? And then his younger brother came into his room one day, right? And he started calling him, but he couldn't see him nowhere. So he started trying to like clean up his room a bit. So he said he lifted up one of the bed sheets, and in the bed sheet, so in under the bed sheet was like a type of frying pan, and it looked like it was a paw of like a badger or fox or something, right? So he was like, "Oh fuck, man, my brother's still bringing animals in here." Then he said he lifted up the covers a bit more, and then it was like to him, he said it looked like a head, a face, a head, right, that's been half eaten with gravy on it. So he said he threw the covers back on it, and then he ran upstairs, and then he tried to find his brother. Then he found his brother. Then he said, "Yo, bro, what did I just see in your room?" And he goes, "What do you mean?" He goes, "I fucking lift the covers up, and I saw like some animal, and then and in the other thing, it looked like a face or something, and it looked like such and such." He said the person's name. He's like, "Nah, bro, you're tripping, man." He said, "I'm pretty sure I did." He said, "No, you didn't see that, right?" So he told his brother to go away. He went downstairs, got rid of the stuff, right? And then he told his brother to come back down and look again. He didn't see it, but he said basically the younger brother called the police and said, "Hey, I just looked in my brother's room, and it looked like I saw a head in there that's been eaten." So his younger brother ratted him out, right? So the police come over there now, started investigating what's going on. And the person whom he said he thought he saw, he's missing now. He went on a jog, but he didn't come back from his jog. His wallet's at his house, his phone's at his house. So they're like, "Hold on, he ain't come back from his jog. Your younger brother said he saw his head in your fucking tin," right? So when they started investigating this guy, he's got so much body parts around his house, right? But they can't find his head. But they still can't find this guy either. He ain't come back from his jog. So this guy, when they took his phone, he actually filmed everything he'd done. So he documented everything he's been doing, from killing the rodents, the badgers, the foxes, down to this person's death. You understand? And it all started with him hunting these animals and eating them and shit like this. He went like doolally. I'm not even sure at the rebuttal bar. Actually, it's a crazy story.
It has been shown that meat does change the way you think a little, and for some people, I imagine that influence is a little stronger than on others. So I could see how once you start eating meat in your diet, you could start seeing that as a nourishment, no matter where it comes from. It's an overwhelming, insatiable need, which has been displayed throughout human history, from Jeffrey Dahmer to Russian cannibal. I mean,
Do you know?
on and on and on.
You know, I've realized, right, with the human body, right, it's harder to to let go of something if you've already had it, right?
Yep.
It's
Drug addiction.
you understand? So I feel like that's the
Yeah.
same with what we consume, right? Whether it's our diet or whatever it is. Like it was harder for me to come off the beats because I was used to it. But with my children, they're not used to it. So it's like just a normal thing for them, you know, to eat a fruit. They might relapse if I take away a mango from them or something.
Yeah, that's how my niece is, London. She
You
don't do the
understand?
meat, but fruit,
Mm,
vegetables, and all that. But yeah, exactly. You
hmm
get used to it. You build a tolerance, and your body like needs it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's funny.
I gotta jump off here in like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, somewhere around that time span.
Well, Charles, can't say it's been enjoyable because it hasn't been. Um,
Somewhat, no?
no, not at all. This has been one of the worst endeavors I could have embarked on today because I don't like to explain myself. And after this, I don't think I'm going to anymore. You fuck with me, you get what you deserve. And if they don't understand, they missed out on the message. And that was this particular live stream. See you later.
It sucks that I gotta pay the price for other people, but that's your choice.
Have a good day, Axis.
Peace,
I
Access.
yeah,
I
I thought it
learned,
ended on a good note, but okay.
somebody told me something wise the other day. They said, the kid said something to his friend, and his friend replied with, the difference between me and you is, this is what the kid said to him. I forgot what the kid asked him, but he said, difference between me and you is when people say something, you know, when people treat you differently, you think something's wrong with yourself. And the difference between me is, he was saying, when people treat me wrong, I think something's wrong with them.
And that's exactly what it
I
is.
think I said it wrong, but anyway, whatever.
I understand what you're saying, though.
Yeah.
It just sucks that Axis is mad at me now because of these people. Now I'm pissed, you know, because it's just a bunch of nonsense, man. I'm so sick and tired of this fucking childish bullshit. It's ridiculous, man.
Hmm.
So sometimes I'd be like, fuck this YouTube shit.
Yeah,
But
it's long. Sometimes it's not even worth it. Just try
Exactly.
and rise above it. Try and rise above it sometimes. I know it's not possible all the times, but you know, at least try. But I mean,
and I'm not even mad at Axis either, because you know what else is a person to do but stand their ground when somebody fucks with them, and people should expect that. And I'm not even mad at fucking nobody, you know. Like I'm just disappointed. Now what do people think when, you know? That's why when people, I've learned in life, be careful what you say because there's always a repercussion, man. And especially if you don't know the person, I always approach with respect because you don't know who anyone is. I don't sleep on nobody. Fucking, you never know. And I respect Axis because he's straight up, man. He'll tell you straight up. So then if it goes down, you know, he already, you know, said what was gonna happen. Yeah, I try to respect everybody. And sometimes I feel like people take that as a weakness, but I laugh at that shit. Because when shit starts to unfold, I already know what's gonna happen. I know the outcome already because I've been through it a million times. So I just sit back and watch it play out because I already know what's gonna happen. I've had friends my whole life that would fight each other and argue, and being in the middle of that shit's annoying, especially friends you grew up with. And they start fighting each other, and it's like they expect you to choose a side, right?
Yeah, put you in the middle, and you had, you know, that just it goes. That reminds me like the paparazzi scene. You don't need like a whole gang of people in on something. If something happened between two people, by golly, let them straighten it out. When you have other people get involved, it causes more chaos, more drama, and then, you know, I appreciate you, London, when you came up here, because it's like we can't change the subject and talk about other things, you know? It's like we don't need all that, because I would say one thing, I think most of us, especially that come on these streams and on the panel, have one main thing in common. We want a better life, man. We just want a better life. And we're trying to figure it out along the way. So why trample each other or try to piss each other off when we just have one common goal, you know? We're tired of this shit, period. So let's get out to say, let's get out of our own way. And then, you know, you can be able to communicate with people better because, you know, there's no use in fighting, and especially over beliefs and how we were raised and what we're gonna do and how we see things. That's just all, to me, that's like being a child again, you know? Well, you know, we're not children here. We're supposed to be adults. We're supposed to be the role models, remember, people?
Yeah, I didn't even know they had an issue with each other. Otherwise, that's why I didn't let Groove up. It wasn't to disrespect him or not let us get his word. Well, yeah, it was so he wouldn't get his word in. So and you know, through experience, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. Just know, no matter what you choose to do, somebody's going to be disappointed at all times. It's just life, man. It's what it is. But
exactly. Yeah, you can't please everybody.
That's all that matters.
Yeah, you can just hear people out. That's the thing. I know. Forgive and forget. That's right, Bex. Life is short.
Too short.
Mm-hmm. At least this one I remember, I like to say. I have to back it up with the one I at least remember at the forefront of my mind. This life right here, it's short. Yeah. So.
I think, you know, telling someone straight up how you feel, I respect that 1,000,000%. Because I rather someone be honest with me and straight up. To me, that's being like a, you know, a true friend.
Well, it's healthy on both ends, right? I mean, it's kind of healthy on both ends. If you kind of come out and say, if it's something really getting to you and messing with you, if you get it out and say it, you clear the air, you know, get it out, say it, get off your chest. It's going to make you feel better because now you're not carrying it around. And then the other person, you could possibly feel better too. And then it's just forgotten. And then sometimes you can't even rely on the other person. So you just forgive yourself, you know? Period.
That was my issue, was holding on to the past. Like you said, living in now. It took me a long time to realize that. Like,
hold on, hey, Chuck. Let me quickly say my buys and that. I need to get out of here, sort something out quick. But hey, much respect, Kim.
All right, London. Thank you.
Peace out, folks.
Have a good day.
Okay. Thanks for coming up.
No problem.
Yes.
I just want to end it with living in the now, like holding on to the past. Can't change the past no matter what, period. So to dwell in the past is detrimental.
Yeah.
So is worrying about the future. You can only control what's right now. You know, you can plan for the future and in the process of now work on it. But, you know, I try myself to just not worry about nothing. That's where I'm at. It's like, I've watched my mother be depressed, sit and stress every day, and slowly self-destruct. So I'm surprised I didn't learn this shit earlier in life.
Right.
To live in the now and not fucking dwell and put all these anchors and fucking regrets and That's the hell I created within myself with all these regrets. It's like torture, like it says in the Bible, that fake hell you're gonna go to. No, you create a hell within yourself. That's the real hell. It's like torture and torment when you keep dwelling on shit that you can't change. But fuck asking this God for forgiveness, man. I forgive myself first.
That's right.
God, this so-called God or creator, whatever people want to call it, like I said earlier, gave us life. What more do we fucking want? Even though our mother and father gave us life, I'm talking about the creators who made it possible for all this to happen. You know, what more? That's why religion, Jesus died for your sins. That's wild. Leave that man alone.
Have a good day, Bex.
Yeah. Peace to everyone in the chat.
Yeah.
Try to switch on that positive energy, man.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
my
I'm gonna.
apologies to Axis, man, because I invited him on here and I truly didn't, you know. Everyone should be able to say their opinions. I agree with that, but sometimes, like I said, people know what buttons to press with certain people and they get them going. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
But,
and Access, just to make it clear, I wasn't trying to interrogate you at all. I've been up on the panel with you a couple times, and you have a lot of knowledge. The things you say are very deep. It's very intriguing to me. It's just when some people say certain things, sometimes I want to get a better understanding. That's all, because I like to understand people, you know? If I understand where someone's, and it's not like a personal matter. Anyone can very easily say, I don't want to go over that. I don't want to say that. Okay, fine. But if you have a better understanding where someone's kind of coming from, you can step in their shoes. Like for me, I could step in their shoes better and be like, oh, okay. And then there you've opened the doorway to better communication, you know? And you're not sitting over here like, what? You open that doorway, I like to say, and now you could communicate better, you know? And then there, it's easier, you know?
yeah, I like having Axis around, you know? Yeah. And I don't blame. You know, he makes good point, man. It's true. Who wants to be around people that act like that, especially when you're working on your inner peace, man? That shit fucks up your mojo, man.
Yeah.
But
gotta protect your energy. Yep.
Much love and respect to Axis, man. I appreciate you, Kimba. London,
everybody. Yes. Chat. In the
everyone.
groove too. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not mad at Groove, but he's got to let that shit go. Axis is a good person. But I can't change the way people feel, man. That's on them. You know, I don't want to get in the middle of just show respect, man. Like when I bring people on, they don't deserve that shit.
Yeah.
If you don't like them, keep it to yourself.
All right, Charles, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna make me eggs. I'm really hungry now. Now I'm really gonna make me eggs.
I'm starving. I'm about to eat my roommate straight up. I would. I might do it, yo. If I was in that position, hey, say. But anyway, peace out, everyone. Much respect, man. Have a great day, and I'll check out next time. Peace. Stay positive. Peace, Dean. Peace to the whole chat. Much love. Peace, Bex. Everyone, I'm out.